Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Tales of Telduria. Today we have with us everyone again, which means I get to roll that wonderful, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh yeah, good luck to the person that needs to summarize what happened last session.
That would be Rosin.
Not me. Yay!
That's okay. We didn't have a ton happen last session. It was just big things that happened. We finally found that Connorn fleet. We had been preparing to fight these guys for what was it, 2 weeks we were sailing from Father Island?
Yeah, 2 weeks I think.
About 2 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, and we had finally made our preparations to fight the greatest navy to ever exist. And as soon as the battle began, everyone was ordered to their positions by yours truly, and I think we did pretty well. Lysander was essential in making sure that everything was all healed up with our ship. We didn't sink, we took a ton of damage, and at the end of the day, I think all of it was healed pretty much.
Yeah, I think a stray fireball was friendly fired.
Yeah, we had a cannon misfire, but overall, I think we did very well in that regard. We made some pretty intense sailing maneuvers, managed to take out a couple flagships, and finally, we found the king, who was fleeing from ship to ship. After some concentrated intimidation tactics, he did exactly what Cain had planned that he would do, and he initiated a King's Gauntlet. 5 of our men against 5 of his, one-on-one, pretty intense fights, and it came really close. Catan himself was the one who ended up performing the regicide, and damn what a performance as he split the old king right in half.
Rip and tear.
Exactly. And after that, all of us survived. And now we're just heading back to Kelnor to try to, I guess, tie up any loose ends and celebrate, is it Avita's Day?
Yeah, Avita's holiday.
It's Avita's holiday. We have a nice little festival of craftsmen and stuff to enjoy.
Yippee!
All of us have our own little side episodes we get to do.
Yippee.
Did I miss anything?
I don't think so, no.
You missed the part where the king was a cheating ass bitch.
The king was always a cheating ass bitch.
No one is allowed to heal, proceeds to heal.
Bitch.
Yeah,
Still
basically.
lost.
And still lost, yeah. You were literally waiting for the king to heal so that you could do your final maneuver to add sneak attack to all of your attacks.
I fucking knew it was coming, but I couldn't do it as soon as I would have because of my nat 1, I lost the ability to do my second attack, which would have been essential.
I know. It timed it very well too, if I recall correctly. It was he healed, and then you had to survive 1 turn, to which you did. To which you did, just barely down to severely bloody. Didn't you said what? 14 HP is what you were at?
I was at 10.
Oh, you were 10. Okay.
I was just straight up at 10 HP, and he nearly flung me off the ship to try and disqualify me on a technicality.
And then yeah, you just need to survive that turn.
And died, Yep. Well, only pussies die. I'm just saying.
Only pussies die.
I mean,
Yeah,
since he
was
was
a lot of fun.
since he was a dog, does that make him a right proper bitch?
Ha!
Hee.
I made him a hole.
You did. You made him a very large hole.
I did
I think
do
the
that.
opposite, he was whole, and then you made him not whole anymore.
Alright, so...
King flavored donut be like.
So... The first day, you don't do anything. Nothing happens. You all deserve just this elongated break from pretty much the literal fight of your lives, where, as previously stated, if you died, the campaign straight up would have ended and been reset, and we probably would have had to either roll new characters or do new sheets, or at least remake the ones that you wanted to keep all the way back to level 1 and just do this whole ordeal all over again.
Yeah, Leiku would have definitely gone to a spa or something.
Oh, soundtrack?
Oh yeah, when do we play?
Yeah, give me a moment, sorry. On go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Yipe!
So, as I was saying, you all would have just existed for a day, honestly, relaxing, doing whatever it is that you would have been doing, and so on and so forth. The second day is when Cain would have come to all of you to express his gratitude and his thanks for your help, to which he does give you access to quite a few very, very important things in regards to your current station. The first is that he would have given you all 20,000 gold, though I think all of you have already added that to your sheets, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
The second
we could have
thing-
lied and said no.
Could have lied and said no. The
What
second
fun is
thing,
that?
I mean, nope, it totally didn't.
the second thing is that he would have presented to all of you with some minor ceremony, the highest honor that a non-Kalnorian can get, which is being labeled as an honorary Kalnorian. This gives you effectively citizenship to the country and allows you, the capability to go back and forth whenever you wish. And then the third is that he would have introduced you to a individual by the name of Charles Kakita. Charles here is the royal smithy. His entire job revolves around, crafting things. And he has a very unique mechanic in this particular campaign. If it is a craftable material, a craftable item, and not something that you just have to buy raw, he will have the price for you.
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. Does my construct count for that?
Yes. However, I have some stomach pains right now, so I'm gonna quick go to the bathroom again.
Oh.
I'll talk about my construct for 10 minutes.
All of you go ahead and talk with each other for the
Oscar, what
next
the
10,
fuck have
15
you
minutes.
done? You gave your stomach pain to my husband.
No!
I lost that like several hours ago.
Yeah, okay, it takes several hours to travel to on this side of the planet, okay?
Ooh. I'm sorry, Shane.
I love how I look in chat and I just see my partner being thirsty for Kane.
It made Kane hot.
I mean, it do be a good person to be thirsty for if he wasn't also an asshole sometimes.
True.
But he hot!
Nah, Leighton's hotter.
Not too late, isn't.
Oh, fair enough.
Oh, yeah, we didn't talk about side session stuff, did we?
True.
No.
I
not
guess
yet.
we didn't. Is there anything that would have been mentioned? I don't think you guys want to hear what happened with John and Rose and Leiku and Kane.
I think
No,
a lot of that was
I
already
totally wanna hear.
mentioned last time as kind of an end note. Was there anything between last time and this time that happened?
Yeah.
Okay,
Stanley went-
timeline-wise, would have happened yet.
Not timeline-wise, actual real-life player-wise, because we did discuss what happened after the fight. After the
Yeah,
fight.
I did in fact have something.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Would you have shared this with the group?
Well, that depends.
What do you
It
mean?
depends on you.
You're the dependent one.
Oh no, I'm dependent. Yeah, no, I can talk about it when Shame's back, or I can talk about it right now if you.
Well, we have to fill in the dead air.
We gotta fill in the dead air,
Shane is
so
currently shitting, so
Fair,
There's
fair
a-
enough.
There's a fun Samson update.
Fair enough. Time to yap about a side session, I guess.
Do it.
So, yeah, Reich did have a conversation with Layla actually, where he officially got adopted as her son. Smiles.
Oh, the baby.
And
happened already?
no.
well, basically, she adopted him first, and now
And then,
he
and then
accepted
Reich was like,
the
"That's kind of weird,
adoption."
champ."
Yeah, and now he accepted the adoption.
okay.
I have some funny news for you later. But continue, please.
Which pretty much, Jesus Christ, led into him being trained in gunplay by Layla, and then he tried to ask her about like the reason why she adopts so many kids, but she was like all mysterious and didn't want to talk about it.
Yeah, classic rogue type.
She was like, "Oh no, I'm not gonna tell my children. These are my secrets." And he was like, "Okay." He literally did the, "Well then, keep your secrets" meme. So yeah, Reich can now technically use guns thanks to Layla. And
Yo.
Locke is now also his brother.
Let's go.
More family.
I have turned from cat to rat.
Damn.
Krat.
Cat to rat.
Rat.
The true pipeline.
You're both cat and rat, so you're a krat.
Well, but that's a perfect side segue, because Stolas also had a side session, also with Layla. But they had a date, and it went very well.
Yeah.
Is it official?
I don't think.
Where's this going?
What a
Spill the
father.
tea.
Oh my god, wait, does that mean Reich has to call you dad?
That's what I was saying.
Oh my god.
So, in
Gonna fucking
character, I
shit, yeah.
don't think anyone would have said anything, but out of character, yes.
Bro, you're fucking my mom. My second mom. What the hell?
True.
Haha, you're
Doris
fucking
just walks
my
up to
mom.
Reich. My boy, I am fucking your mother.
Come on, call me a motherfucker, see what happens.
You did not just fucking say that.
We gotta take care of ourselves. Everyone take a sippy.
Sippy.
You can't make me.
Would anybody
Yes,
else like
yeah.
to share? Or
Oh, okay, I'll take a sippy now. I'm sorry.
House rules.
What's going on with Sam? What happened?
her and Leighton went on a very adorable date into the city, and then she got Kane's blessing. So depending on how today goes, you might be looking at the Madame Dimtail.
Already, wow.
Ooh.
Wild.
What?
Yeah, I'm not discussing what happened in my session. It's not Twitch TV.
Damn. Damn.
Well, dick.
Take full advantage of the fact you're role playing with your husband.
Yeah.
TLDR.
I'm not talking about that shit.
TLDR, Samson and Leiku fucked their way into the court.
Yo.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds vulgar.
It's not wrong, though.
That sounds a little lewd.
It's not about a little lewd. It's the fact that, like, oh yeah, they fucked their way into the court. That's all they wanted. No romantic interest
that's what you
whatsoever.
Well, no, there's obviously romance. I was making a joke of it.
I love how, like, insulted you sounded saying that. Also, Reich is going to call you Your Highness now to tease you. You know that.
No, nah. Like, it's probably
Yeah,
just
well,
fine.
Leiku is queen now, so
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be Majesty, not Highness?
Oh,
I mean,
fuck
both
you.
count, but whatever. What did I miss?
This is for Princess. We were
We were
discussing
just
side stuff.
talking about side sessions and what happened in them because we didn't actually talk about that.
Oh, I was about to get to that next.
Oh,
Well,
Sorry.
sorry,
But you bet we already did it.
All right. Well, I'll
crushed
go.
into already revealing it.
I'll go top to bottom then, just so that we could do some light reviews, since I have to, obviously know. But there was actually one other thing that Kane would have mentioned before leaving the rest of you to your devices. He would have examined the both of you, Reich and Catan, specifically, for a little bit, before asking for some opinions from Melinda, as well as some opinions from Rose, who, is also Kelnorian, in case you forgot. To which Rose would have probably taken her time to touch at your faces to try and double check. Death from Twink. He's not a twink.
huh? Who? What's going on?
Gemtle is calling Kane a twink for whatever reason.
Kane
You'll
is the
have to
opposite of a
excuse.
twink.
You'll have to excuse my partner. They see white-haired thin boy and yell twink.
But okay, it's not. He's not a twink. He has abs. But okay. And
Hey, twinks
actual.
shouldn't have abs.
No, they don't. He has musculature, but whatever. I got distracted. And he will mention to Rose, going back and forth, speaking in Draconic, to which I think most people here know. And what he'll effectively state and summarize between himself and Rose is that there are Kelnorian scriptures that talk about those that bear the mark of the dragon effectively being allowed to participate in the, they call it Yondu's quest, but it's more along the lines of a passage of right in relation to Yondu, to which, do any of you remember the name Yondu at all?
Nope.
Was that the brass dragon?
No.
Bronze? No. Okay.
Yondu is the person who... Dragon Signers, yes, Yak. Yondu is the one who unified Kelnor. He's the one who conquested the entire country. To which he says that he needs to go look through the royal treasury, since it kind of got destroyed while his dad was in charge. And there is supposed to be an item that he's to give the both of you so that you can take that rite of passage.
Oh. Well, alright then.
He'll probably have it after the festival's over, since he needs to focus on that first.
Okay then.
Cool.
Yes. And now we can get to side sessions. If I go top to bottom, Catan had one, right?
Yes.
To which, did you already summarize it?
No, I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Alright, so Catan, you had a side session. Now, canonically, this would have taken place sometime over the next 2 weeks, but we'll announce it now since it's important.
Okay. Well, Catan had a side session with Layla, essentially having a conversation with her because he found it exceptionally weird that when he leaves the room and he comes back, it's cleaner than how he left it. And after speaking with Kane, there are no maids under the current employ because all the maids that were okay with what was happening within the palace. So they all got executed. So there are no maids. So he was very confused as to how this was happening. And after some critical thinking, he realized that it was Layla that was essentially breaking into his room to clean things up. And like, suspiciously, after every time he takes a shower with Rose, he like leaves the room and there are like cleanly folded clothes on the bed. And he's like, okay, all right, I need to have a talk with Layla. So he had a talk with her, essentially asking her why she's doing this. Because, you know, he has mommy issues and does not take any of this well. Layla then explains the reason why she is being so attentive towards him, and also in turn with the Reich. And after having a discussion, Catan has come to the conclusion that he cannot say no to her, otherwise he would probably face her wrath. So he has agreed to also be her quote-unquote son. What else? Rose finds it kind of adorable.
Yeah, Rose found it cute.
Catan is appreciative, but he still finds it kind of weird, obviously, because, this would have been nice when he was, like, 11, maybe, or 12, but he's, like, a grown-ass man, so he doesn't really know how to feel. But, yeah, that's happening now.
Yeah, I think that's more or less it.
Yeah, I don't think there really is much for me to say after that.
She's momming him into submission, and Catan is slowly giving in.
He doesn't have a
Don't say
choice.
it like that.
What?
I don't know, it sounds weird.
Catan's just going,
Dadas, you also had a side session. Would you like to detail that or no?
I did already tell the others that Layla and Doras went on
yeah, hi, Dad.
a date, and it went very well. But I don't think any of them in character would have said anything.
Okay. So in character they wouldn't say anything. Out of character, Dadas is now dating Layla. Hooray, everyone. Give Dadas a round of applause, because Layla is the second hardest
Yeah.
the second hardest NPC to actually get into a relationship with.
Wait, who's the first?
Nasa.
Oh.
You know, the
Yeah.
celibate.
Okay, I lost.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. No questions asked.
Okay. And then we go to Locke. I don't think you did one, right?
No, I didn't have a side session.
Alright. Lysandra, I don't think you did either.
Nope.
And then Reich, you had one.
Yes, so basically Reich approached Layla to ask her to train him in gunplay, because he kind of failed his way through last session and was thinking it was maybe time to pick up some new tricks. Also, he just wanted to connect with his adoptive mother a bit more, which also led to him formally accepting the adoption. Pretty much. Yeah, and then they went out training. He was taught how to reload, fire, and aim a flintlock pistol, and did well enough on that for Layla to say, okay, you can have a gun when we're back.
Yippee!
After all that was done, he tried to ask her about like the reason why she adopted so many children, and basically at first she said like, yeah, if you don't want to help like poor helpless people, you're kind of a shitty person. And he was like, yeah, I get that, but why do you do it specifically? Like, why are you actually adopting people and putting in this much commitment? And she basically just said, I'm not telling you, that's my secrets. You're my kid, you don't need to know. And he was like, fine then, keep your secrets.
Catan does, that's the funny part. Catan does.
Yeah, Catan does.
Catan knows because he was a smart ass about it.
Yeah, that's the, I guess, advantage of not knowing her as well. You're not as intimidated by her.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. Catan isn't particularly intimidated by her.
And then Rosin, you didn't do anything if I remember correctly.
Nope, you said save it for today.
Mm-hmm. And then Samson, you did.
Yes.
You went on a pretty extravagant date with Leighton.
What'd you guys do? Tell me.
He bought her a dress. Even had it tailored to the fact that she's fucking 3 feet tall now.
Yep. Bought her a proper dress and everything else. Even if Samson's proportion makes it look more like a mini dress than a dress, but hey, whatever works, I guess. And I believe that the largest thing that happened with that is that Samson is now adopting a new name.
Depending on how today goes, she will be Sammy going forward.
Okay. So, now we actually get into, well, the point of today's session. I know a lot of you want to do shopping, or at least things in relation to shopping. That's going to be dead last, since it takes the longest and is the most boring. Samson, you will be the last of the players that do things, if only because yours is the longest.
Okay.
And I believe, if I'm remembering correctly, Catan and Reich wanted to talk to Kane, yes?
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll have you two go first, since Kane is literally right here right now. And then I'll just go down the list to see what the other stuff was for everyone else, because I kind of forget.
Okay.
Alright. So, again, after being told, Catan, Reich, that there is a rite of passage in relation to Yondu, that the both of you would be allowed to go on once he can find the artifact, what is it that you say to him?
Well, we wanted to talk to him about the whereabouts of our siblings, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right. So, essentially, Catan would ask Kane, like, you know, would his father have kept any records of people that joined the military?
To which Kane would shake his head and say no, because it's not kept by us directly. But
Damn it.
he can check the military headquarters if you give him a list of names to look
Okay.
for.
To which I'm sure we will.
Yeah, none
Yeah.
of the siblings have names yet. I haven't done that. So,
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. And
well, there's
maybe
7 of
H.
you, so you'd give him 5 names.
Okay. A, B, C, D, E.
Yeah.
Smile.
To which he would say that he would probably be able to find that by the end of the day. Though to time skip a little bit, considering how I want to do things today. When he does come back to the both of you at the end of the day, he would tell you that none of those names appear in any records in relation to the military.
I see.
I mean, it was pretty much obvious for them to use fake names. Does the military like use descriptors? Do they like note down what a recruit looks like?
He clarifies in the fact that it's mandatory for everyone to have 2 years of service. Those names did appear for those 2 years of service. They just don't appear after the fact.
Okay.
Because
so,
how it works in Kelnor, just to remind both of you, is that when you turn 18, you have to do 2 years of service in the military. Now, granted, those 2 years of service are usually just in elongated PT, so it's not like they go out, do actual skirmishes and stuff like that. It's a 2-year training course, basically. And after the 2 years, you have a choice of re-enlisting and being a part of the military and having those responsibilities, or stepping down and just being a normal civilian. So they did their 2 years of service, but they didn't do any follow-up after the fact.
I see.
As a matter of fact, if I remember correctly, the only child that did was Catan. And then when
I would have also done.
You would have?
Yeah. At least it says in my backstory that I was told Catan was gone after I came back from my second term of military.
Okay, so you... Alright, so the both of you probably would have done your terms more or less at different parts. Because you probably would have came back when Catan was doing his second tour, which all of these contracts are renewed every 2 years. So you would have come back probably at the same time that Catan left to go do his, and then when Catan came back, he then denied his renewal and then left.
Yeah.
Which, what would you have done during those 2 years? Because if you came back when Catan left, would you have re-enlisted as well, or do you feel that you would have been forced to stay home?
I mean, yeah, probably re-enlisted. Just to keep up the cover, be a good citizen and all that.
Okay, so you most likely would have then learned that he did not come back when you came back, and then would have been sent out to go find him.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the only names that would have appeared for re-enlistment would have been both Catan and Reich, to which Kane would have made known that Reich only went up to, I think it would have been, yeah, it would have been 3rd class. Meaning you would have only gone up about 2 advancements in the military, whereas Catan started as a captain. Meaning, if the both of you were to re-enlist, your younger brother has authority over you.
Ah.
I mean, at this point, he killed the fucking king. He does by default.
Kane would simply shrug to that and go, well, whatever your family matters are. They are not involved with the military.
Okay.
I mean,
which is unfortunate.
yeah, I really hoped for more. But I guess it makes sense since their 2 sons that went for a 2nd round both left.
Yeah, they probably wouldn't want more to go.
Well, thanks for your help in any case.
Yeah. Thank
We'll
you.
just have to look somewhere else.
You said that you wanted me to investigate your family, yes?
Yes, they are dangerous people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I do know that I would not be able to do that for some time. Obviously, now I need to focus on the festival. Afterwards, I need to focus on rebuilding the things that my father broke, and then I will be leaving with all of you when you head back to the mainland, simply due to the fact that I need to re-establish some kind of trade doctrine with the government of Telduria.
Okay. Well, even if you're not able to do it personally, would it be possible to offload that investigation to somebody else?
I can attempt to do so, however, I did had to clear out a lot of my father's entourage, so I do not have a lot of services rendered, if you catch my drift.
Yes.
Okay, that's just unfortunate, but
And,
hopefully, I guess they don't cause any trouble in the meantime.
Yeah.
and the
Hopefully
one that
we
I would
disrupted them
confer
enough.
parts of this to, due to their unique skill set, is blind. So she's not very helpful in that regard anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, I guess we'll just have to hope and pray that our family doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope we've thrown off their timetable enough by leaving so that they won't be an issue, though that is a very naive hope.
Mm-hmm. It is exceptionally naive, but at the very least we are aware of them. They probably... Would they know that we're here?
Probably not enough.
Okay, then at the very least
They
we have
might- they
some
might learn.
timeline and leeway.
They might learn the longer you stay here, but at the time being, they don't know you're here.
Yeah, we
Okay.
might actually want to, like, get some sort of cover or disguises potentially,
Yeah.
so it's not as easy to discover us.
Yeah, that's very fair. That's honestly probably for the best. We'll work on that while we're here. That'll probably work in the meantime while we figure out what to do with them.
Yeah. So, Katan, I know you've had as much contact with them as I did, but do you figure any of them are redeemable?
I'm gonna be completely honest, as the youngest sibling that watched everything happen, I think personally they're too far gone.
I feared as much. And
From perspective, since you were around them a lot more, I kind of just kept to myself.
I was kind of the same, just in the other direction. I kept my distance on purpose, which I probably have to apologize for. You remember what you said when we first met? That I was a coward, that I should have stood up for you?
Yeah?
You were right. I was just hiding from myself. I was probably not avoiding you all because I thought it was the smartest thing. That's what I told myself. It was probably just fear. Just fear of failure.
Well, you're not there now. And that's honestly a lot better than what I could have asked for because I also thought that you were pretty far gone too. At the very least, there's both of us.
Yes, so I wanted to apologize for failing you, and I will strive to not do so again.
Catan will pause for a moment before giving his brother a hug.
Aww.
He doesn't
He
say
returns the hug.
Aww.
Don't you aw?
Oh,
God.
we got a bot.
Why? Oh,
Likely
okay. Very well.
Banivator. Ooh.
Ooh,
Alright.
someone's in trouble.
Could you go handle that? Is there any?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else here that had business with Kane? I vaguely remember one of you. I just can't remember who.
Yeah, is there anybody that wants to speak to Kane before Leiku drags him away?
He did promise Sammy a license for a booth at the fair.
Oh, that was given to you in the side session, remember? Or did you forget?
Well, because in the side session he said come by tomorrow to pick it up.
Yeah, that's part of the side session.
Ah,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah. So you would have your license, but we'll get to that. Like I said, you're going last today. So it was just Rosin, right?
Yeah, Rosin's businessman.
What is Rosin's business with Kane here?
He wants to discuss his strategy for removing the pirates.
What would you say in particular?
Fucking hold on. Let me turn that music. I'm vibing to this song.
It's a good vibe.
It's Daft Punk. I love them, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to think right now. I can't see.
It's kind
But
of funny
you
though.
gotta
It's kind of
mute the
funny.
music for a second.
Yes.
Yeah, you're bopping too hard.
No, Roz will bring up that back during his interrogation, which was about 6 or 7 months ago at this point, Kane had mentioned his strategy for removing the pirates was to simply kill who he can and let the others flee. And Rosin would ask if he would consider adopting a plan with a bit more tact to try to spare lives of would-be innocents.
Unless I'm misremembering, I believe the word that I used was destroy.
I suppose so. Well, what's your method for destruction here?
Well, the Daiquiri pirates are already destroyed. They are no more.
The Daiquiri pirates in their success, I suppose is how I'll put it, galvanized quite a few other crews on these seas. And even disassembled. Are the Daiquiri pirates completely done, or they're still remnants under different names?
They're done. I think you misunderstood the fact that every single person under my crew joined willingly. And I don't mean under threats of slavery or any of those other alternatives. They were all told the same things you were. They joined because they believed in the cause. A good portion of them were also Kelnorians, which I wouldn't enslave to begin with.
I see. Alright, I simply misunderstood then.
Also, I don't think they're going to try, because if they do, I'm not going to be idle like my father was. I will use my navy to destroy them, because at that point it would have been their choice to lean into such a thing. It's understandable if they do not wish to go home, if they are from places other than Kelnor. But I'm pretty sure that they will at least try, or if not, they'll relocate to the Aquan Society.
Alright, well, that's all that was bugging me then. Thank you.
You're welcome. Does anyone else have business with Kane before I make him disappear?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Alrighty. Then I guess I'll go down the list here. Didas, was there anything that you wanted to do during this session that isn't shopping?
Honestly, I don't think so. I couldn't think of anything.
Okay. And then Locke, if I remember correctly, you were doing stuff with Kate, right?
Yes, I was helping Kate with antitoxin.
Yes. So, I need to pull up my calculator here. Just hooray for rolls. So, you would go over to Kate's temporary laboratory, to which Kane would have set up some particular area for her to hunker down and test her toxins and her poisons and go through the whole ordeal. To which case, when you come through the door, she'll give you an excited wave, though she would look very different from how you usually see her. She would actually have a full-on lab coat with black gloves that almost go up to her elbow, hair tied up into multiple sets of buns, considering how long it is, to make sure that it's out of the way. And she would have these really large, thick, dork-ass goggles on her face as she's playing around with these chemicals.
Okay. So she's probably more like when she was first teaching me alchemy as a child.
Yeah, with
More
overprotective
precautions.
PPE.
Yeah.
So what would you say? What would you do?
Locke would simply just approach and say, I thought it might be best to make myself useful and give you an extra pair of hands.
She thinks for a bit and goes, well, a lot of this stuff I think is a little over your head, considering your general background. But I guess you can help me move stuff around.
Yeah.
To which
However I can be useful.
To which she'll motion over to the whiteboard where her arcana toxins are being utilized and everything else. And you can go ahead and roll a singular craft alchemy in order to study that whiteboard to see if you can ascertain the gobbledygook of knowledge that's on it, as well as her intention with these arcana toxins. Huh?
I'm going to use an inspiration for the additional 1d8.
Alright. You look at it, and while the math itself on the board is correct, you double check over it to, to make sure that she's not losing her mind. But outside of the math itself, a lot of the chemical equations that are attached to it are stuff that, as she said, is a little over your head. And it's probably due to the fact that the chemical strings up there, while at a first glance, when you look at them, they do work. Like, it does stick together, the way that, ozone can stick together. But the fact that it exists at all is very clearly manufactured and is being forced to stick together, which makes it extremely volatile once it comes in contact with any other chemical whatsoever. And it's the manufactured access to these chemicals that you weren't fully taught by Kate. You know more natural chemicals and everything else. But she still helps you, she still has you help her through a lot of these processes, mixing these chemicals, trying to figure out what reactions do what, and so on and so forth. So what we're going to do is just a whole bunch of checks at the exact same time.
Okay.
And we're going to break it up into a couple of different ways. So, normally when you do these types of skill checks, you're only allowed to do one every 8 hours. It's just for game balance. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense in context. But we're going to say that you work on this for literally a full day, which gives you 2 checks a day for 2 weeks. So, that is 14 checks, so 14d20 plus your craft alchemy. I know you're going to use your inspirations for these, but do not add the d8 at the end. Instead, in a separate roll, you're just going to roll 12d8.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. So... the 14d20 you said, yeah?
Yeah, 14d20 plus 21, and then followed up with a 14d8. Sorry, not 12d8, 14d8. Because it's 14 rolls.
And then 14d8.
Alrighty. Okay. Times 2 plus... times 14... plus that, plus that. Alrighty. So let's see, you got a bunch of 2s, but thankfully no nat 1s. Your average across the board here was in the 6 range, unfortunately, but you did well on quite a few other rolls, which means you did help Kate complete this entire antitoxin cure within about 2 weeks.
Cool. Useful.
Yippee!
To which she would obviously give you the biggest of hugs that she possibly can with her small, wimpy, weak little rat arms.
I mean, also small, wimpy little rat, so...
Yeah. But I
Pretty
think
much
she's 3'3", you're 4 feet even, so
True.
by size alone you are technically stronger due to leverage. And she decides to excitedly show you a project that she's been working on.
Ooh.
She goes over into her personal items and she pulls out a unique bag of holding, to which she details that when you open this bag of holding, you do need to wear a very specific chemically enhanced glove, to which she only has one of. However, she does make it incredibly noticeable due to the fact that it is a baby blue with a lot of like vine-like drawing designs all around it in a very scarlet red. Just so that it deliberately stands out to the naked eye. And when she reaches in, she pulls out this small black circle that seems to be entirely flat. As she shows it to you, flipping it around and everything else, it becomes thin enough that you can barely perceive it once it's, vertical in front of you rather than horizontal. However, it is about the size of, I'll say, like your average chocolate chip cookie. Chips Ahoy chocolate chip cookie, if people care about that. Basically about 1.5 inches in diameter, which, for those of you who don't use inches, that is about 3.8 centimeters. Just shy of 4 centimeters. So
Why do we need to know this?
Because some of us don't speak freedom.
yeah,
I just-
exactly.
It might
mean,
come
why are
in
we going
handy later.
to
Come
such lengths for
on.
this cookie size?
Shut up.
It might come in handy.
All right,
God.
shut up.
Cookie.
She takes it and she walks over to the western wall, and she just slaps it against the wall. She just whoosh, right on the wall. And then she walks over to where you're standing next to the table, and she pulls out another one that's roughly the same size and slaps it down on the table. To which she then sets down the bag of holding, deliberately as far away from the circle that she set down on the table as she can, and she holds up a finger for you to silently pay attention to and watch. And she walks back over to the wall and slowly plunges her hand into the black circle that she stuck on the wall. And Locke, you watch as her hand slowly appears out from where the table is. However, it's not truly her hand. It's more along the lines of a shadowy copy of it.
The fuck does she do?
Whoa.
To which you can go ahead and roll for perception, to which the DC for this is a 28, and if you pass a 28, then you can go ahead and roll for alchemy. And then
Get
remember
my-
that if you're using
get my
inspiration
free
to declare.
inspiration. Yeah, I get the free inspiration on perception, so it's always useful to use it. Oh,
Okay, that is a very easy pass. And then go ahead and roll craft alchemy.
I might as well use the inspiration for this as well.
Alright, the DC there was 30, so you definitely needed it. Which means the next one is Knowledge Arcana.
Knowledge Arcana. Okay, and again I get free inspiration on knowledge check. So
Alright, you can't ascertain the magic used, unfortunately.
fair enough.
But you examine the fact that her hand appears out of this portal, basically. And she says that you can go ahead and touch it, to which you lean over, you start examining at it, holding her hand, poking at it, and everything else, and it's quasi-real. It's real enough that you can interact with it, but you can very clearly and obviously see that it's not actually heat that is coming through the other side of this portal.
Huh. It's very strange.
However, you can't ascertain what magical properties are attached to it, though you can very obviously see what chemicals she's using in order to make this work, in order to create a quasi-real clone of herself. And as she pulls her hand back, go ahead and make another perception check first.
Okay, with free inspiration.
That's a pass, and now go ahead and roll Knowledge Arcana again. Hello, Potion, how are you?
Go. 35 this time.
Nice. Very good roll. Because the DC was a 35 this time. Alright, so as she pulls out her hand, you notice that her arm, at least up to the point that she buried it, is disproportionate to the rest of her body, as if it got afflicted with some kind of, I'll say, arcana toxin to a degree, because it does look like it got poisoned, but only that part of her body. So much so to the point that it looks like it's going through some kind of advanced stage of decay. To which, as she brings it over to the table and sees you looking at it, she does try and do her best to not get you to worry, so you can go ahead and roll sense motive there. Missing you from work's been killing me. You know what, fair. It's nice seeing you again, Potion.
Okay, sense motive also has free inspiration, which is good. 31.
So as you do this, and she is, trying to get you to relax and everything else, you can very, very plainly see that she's giving you a wrong white lie. She is fine to a degree, as long as she gets medical attention immediately.
She's fine, DM.
I take a look at it?
She seems a bit hesitant, to which, thanks to your sense motive here, you can tell it's not because she doesn't think that you wouldn't be able to deal with it, but that she thinks that you would be upset the moment you actually do look at it and ascertain what the issue is.
Well, now he's definitely doing it.
Yeah, I'll just say... Listen, you know what you're doing better than I do. However, I am the better medic of the two of us. So you can let me take a look at it, or we can go and speak to Mom, and she will make you see a doctor right now.
Kate opens her mouth for a moment and she goes, Mom wouldn't do that. She'd probably do something way worse. Okay, fine. You can look at it. And she holds it out to you, which you can go ahead and roll for either heal or knowledge arcana, whichever is higher for you.
Heal is higher, so... And still has free inspiration, so yay.
Hooray. Which you rolled high enough for. Good job. So, you start to examine this, and you can see that it's this weird mix between a burn scar and it's a condition called life-stealing, but life-stealing is effectively two different status effects. One of them is called level drain, and the other one's called a death effect. This one is specifically level drain, but it's lifesteal all the same. Which is why her arm looks the way that it does. In order for it to be cured, you effectively have to remove or negate the life-draining effect. To which, do you have any spells that do so?
I believe now that I have 5th level spells, I should have access to...
Literally anything that removes negative levels.
I will take a minute. Well, actually, I'll use an inspiration for it to do it in a standard action, and I will make a potion of restoration, which is 4th level, which restores level and ability score drains.
Okay. There's a couple of them. Which it's just restoration.
The actual restoration one. Yeah.
Not restoration lesser.
No, for this I would go as far as committing the higher level for all restoration.
To which Go ahead and, we'll give you some EXP from this. Go ahead and roll Craft Alchemy to make it so that you can turn it into a salve. And then after you do that, go ahead and roll Heal so that you can apply it to a bandage before you wrap it onto her arm.
Okay. So, Craft Alchemy. And yeah, I'd have enough in a single day to be able to use inspiration on it.
I'm surprised Craft isn't like a free inspo for you yet.
Out of the ones that I've got, it's not, but it might be there on one of the other ones. So it's a 40 for the actual Craft Alchemy.
Mm-hmm. And then go ahead and roll, we'll say 2 different heals. One to apply the salve to a stretch of gauze, as well as some bandages, and then another heal to actually apply it to her arm, so that it all gets to where it needs to go without you accidentally sticking yourself with it.
So do you want me to do 2 full checks, or just a 2d20?
2 full checks. That way you can send one and then up enter.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh.
It's okay, it's for EXP game anyway. Because I know in character you most likely would not fail this because it's not a stressful situation.
Especially because the one that I failed was putting it onto a bandage.
Yeah. As you're going through with this, Kate legitimately seems surprised, but that surprise very slowly turns into pride and adoration, to which she talks about how she personally thought that you wouldn't be able to figure out the magics that were involved because a lot of it is mechanically done, and she never taught you that type of stuff. To which she will say that she's genuinely extremely proud of you for figuring that out without needing any form of help whatsoever.
Listen, I had a great teacher for teaching me the basics. Life teaches you the rest.
To which she starts to giggle incessantly, doing this cute little pitter-patter on her feet before rushing over and giving you another strong hug.
Aww.
After holding that for a couple of minutes, she does step back and she motions back to the 2 circles, to which she says, so there are some obvious issues that I still have with this, because even if I take an inanimate object, to which she'll just pull out, we'll just say one of her ammunition, just one of her bullets for her gun. Actually, no, we'll say that she pulls out one of her daggers. She pulls out one of her daggers, and she holds it over the circle on the table, and then drops it, to which you can go ahead and roll for perception again.
Yeah, 24.
And you watch as the force of gravity applying to the dagger is enough for it to actually launch itself out of the other portal against the wall. So it goes a couple of feet, inches, whatever, away from the wall before landing and scattering across the ground. But you notice that it also is completely malformed and misshapen. As if this object has been afflicted with life drain, which doesn't make any sense because life drain requires, well, life in order to drain. And it's not some kind of rusting effect either. It really is just draining the essence of this dagger every single time it passes through. She says, that's the first issue. I would like to be able to try and use this as some kind of way to easily access highly guarded areas, but we obviously can't pass through this without probably instantly dying. And for some weird reason, it still affects objects? Like, at the very least, I could probably even use this as some, like, sneak attack type thing, where, someone is facing me, threatening me, and everything else, and I can pull out my gun, stick it underneath the table, and pull the trigger, and the bullet will pass through and hit the guy that is threatening me. But it can't even do that. Like, even if I were to take out my pistol and fire through, it would lose half of its momentum, and when it hits something, it wouldn't actually pass through, it would just shatter on impact.
Huh.
So I don't mind if I can't pass myself through it. That's okay. Sure, it'll disappoint me, and I've spent 6 years wasting my life on this. But if I can pass objects through it, that'll be so much better.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So, do you think you can help me?
I mean, I don't know, but I'm certainly gonna try.
Okay. Well, and she goes over to the whiteboard and starts laying out all of these mathematics and chemical equations, as well as this magical input theory and everything else, to which you can go ahead and roll Craft Alchemy, Knowledge Arcana, and then if you roll high enough on Knowledge Arcana, you will have to make a Spellcraft check.
Okay, so... Right, I'll use one last inspiration on the Craft Alchemy check.
Alrighty.
For 39. Then it's 3
So,
on Knowledge Arcana.
Yep. Ooh, no, you did not
Only a
roll high
19.
enough. So you do not get a Spellcraft check. Well, the last thing to do would effectively be giving you some free EXP, so we'll have you do Knowledge Arcana 14 times. Do not include your inspiration on it. We'll just roll that separately after the fact.
Okay. So another 14 d20.
Yep, 14d20 plus 11. Ooh, 2 nat 20s.
14 d8.
Alrighty. Let's see, 31. 31, 36. And then the other one is 31, 33. Okay. So I'll do the math there. And then let's see. The DC would have been a 30 to even get a chance to roll. So that would have been 1 success. No, 2 success. Three success, 4 success. Alrighty. Spellcraft is the next one that you're going to do, to which you only get 4 rolls for.
Okay.
And you're going to do it in the same fashion, assuming you have inspiration.
If it would just be over multiple days.
Yeah, basically, so...
Yeah.
That's why you're going to roll it in the same
Yeah.
fashion. You're just going to roll the 4d20 plus your modifier, and then the 4d8. Ooh, and a nat 1.
48.
Alrighty, so now give me some time to calculate some math. 1, 2, 3, 2 times 10 plus 11 times 12 It's supposed to be 2240. And then it's 58 minus 7 times 10 plus 2, 0, so that's 275. And then it's 6 plus 15 plus times 10 plus times 1100. And then 5 plus 10 plus 6 times 40 plus 33 times 40. Alrighty, everything there has been calculated. And it does take you an incredibly long time for you to fully grasp everything that Kate is presenting to you. While she may have taught you the basics and some important aspects of advanced and like a little bit of expert techniques when it came to alchemy and how you can fuse them with arcanic ways, she never taught you the full extent of like this upper echelon genius tier math level type of nonsense that she's been existing in since she was 18. While you do get a small grasp of it early on, it peters off relatively quickly, comes back a little bit later when you both have like a minor breakthrough and it partially starts to click in your head. But it really isn't until much, much later, these 2 weeks later, that it really starts to actually settle in for you. The aspect and how she's really designing it and all of the things that she's doing to have this idea coagulate together into a functioning thing. However, due to the fact that this does happen during the last couple of days, the both of you don't really get a chance to really push it a little bit further. At the very least, you do make it so that it is a little less volatile to objects passing through, but living flesh still has some problems passing through the portal, especially if it's in there for an extended period of time.
Yeah.
At the very least, though, objects that do pass through don't immediately become brittle. There's that, I guess. Hooray.
It's progress.
It's progress. Not very large progress, but it is progress. But that would be everything that you would do with Kate.
Yep.
15,000
2 weeks
experience
will
so far.
Hell yeah.
Alright, so then we go to Lysandra. Lysandra, was there anything in particular that you wanted to do?
Well, it is me, Lysandra. I wanted to talk to Guava.
Okay. Oh,
I
was there someone else who wanted to talk to Guava? Was it Rosin as well?
Yes.
Okay.
swear I'm not stealing your girl, don't worry.
Rosin doesn't feel that.
I don't care, not stealing your girl!
Or does he?
Alright, so...
What are we doing, Shane?
Yeah, before Lysandra derails it even further, I know.
I didn't derail it, maybe I derailed it. Guava time!
So, the both of you, after spending some time with yourself, Lysandra, fixing up your construct and making it, you know, not a pile of crumpled sheet metal made by Cain, and everything else. And Rosin, I guess you were existing with your instrument for some time, considering that's what your whole ordeal revolves around. And coincidentally, at the same time, both of you remember Guava, and I actually forgot to put her here in OBS. Remember that.
It's so.
Oh
Yeah,
my
supposed to
god.
remember Guava.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
I'm here like, oh man, I really need to check on Guava as soon as I can. You forgot
Yeah,
about her for like 2
same.
weeks while you're playing with your fiddle. Yeah, thank you.
No, it's not. It was over the course of 2 weeks. Remember,
Just fiddling around.
it would have been probably over a course of a day. At most, it would have been over the course of a day.
Oh, yeah,
You
guys remember
forgot her for a
Guava?
full 24 hours. How could you? Just
Or at
sitting in
least
a
you were
room.
respecting her distance.
Thank you. That's
That's so
reasonable
much
explanation.
better.
Yeah, just a little.
Whatever excuse you want to use, I don't give a fuck. After some time, the both of you would have coincidentally had the same idea to try and go and check on Guava for whatever reason. And as the both of you turn the corner to go to where her particular guest room is, you would have noticed each other from at the end of the hall. You probably would have given each other a small wave or a little nod to acknowledge each other's existence, but wouldn't have done or said anything further until the both of you stopped 4 feet away from each other, just outside of Guava's door.
Are you going in?
What are you laughing at?
Just the way that
Going
she said
in.
it.
I had a chance to talk with about everyone on the ship. See how everyone was doing after we were, chained up for 6 months. But Guava was left alone. I wanted to see how she was doing.
Yeah, I also wanted to see how she was doing. You can go first if you'd like. I don't mind.
I'm not here by appointment, but all right, I suppose.
You're so
What
awesome.
do you mean by appointment? Lysandra's being nice, like you can go in, and he's just like, well, I don't have an appointment. Lysander just waves at him and goes to wait in the hallway.
Rosin's poking fun that you're like treating this like something that has to be like taking turns or something. Whatever. Rosin's going
Being
in.
polite.
You're being weird. Rosin's entering the room.
Lysander goes to wait weirdly in the hallway.
You can go in, and Rosin goes in, and then Lysandra's just staring.
Just watching the door. Just being like, is it gonna come out?
Alright, so Rosin, you step forth and you knock on the door, and about a minute passes, and you can hear some rustling in the back of the room before eventually the door opens. It's a small crack to which Guava shyly peers out, cautiously examining who's there before opening the door in full. She doesn't say anything to either of you, but it is quite obvious that she is confused as to why both of you are there.
Rosin will take off his hat. Hello, Guava. I was wondering if you had time to talk.
She opens her mouth for a bit, and then looks over in Lysandra's direction and asks if she's there for the same thing he is, though it's quite clear that she doesn't know what it is.
Yeah. We shared the same brain cell and wanted to check on you.
She nods a bit and says, I'm okay. Don't particularly enjoy it here all that much, but I'm okay.
Well, you were isolated for some time. I didn't get the chance to talk to you much on the ship. How are you feeling?
In relation to what?
Everything, I suppose.
Better than several months ago, I guess. Everything is still a little foggy, but better.
Is the crowd helping at all, or is it just kind of making things quieter?
I don't really know. I don't know what it's supposed to do. I know I'm not psychotic when I'm wearing it. But
Do you remember anything? Oh, sorry, go on.
But I don't know anything about psionics to really give you an answer.
Do you remember anything from the last few months? From what I heard, you didn't have your crown on.
Not really, no. I know we got kidnapped, but then I kind of found myself on a boat, so I assumed things went fine.
I suppose they did, yeah. I also needed to thank you. I had been in I suppose a bit of a rut for that whole time. And I was panicking a bit on that ship, and I thank you for playing music as you always do. Kind of reminded me that I'm not a captain, I'm just a shantyman.
She tilts her head, and there's an obvious mixture of confusion and mild disbelief. And she goes, "That's not anything to thank for. It's the only thing that I can do."
Might have mean a lot to you, but it was important in the moment for me. I was sailing us rather poorly up until I remembered what I needed to do.
And she thinks for a moment and goes, "It's not really what I remember, but if you're not a captain, then why do you have that hat?"
It's a bicorn. This isn't a captain's hat.
She shrugs, and it's quite clear that she doesn't know anything about sailing. She just says, "I thought it was the captain that wore the hat."
Is Samson also here about to say something?
Quick, Rosin, bust out the nautical tisms.
No.
Use the autism risk. Get her.
A captain did wear this hat, but it's not a captain's hat. It's just my hat. Regardless, whether you meant to or not, you really helped, and so thank you for that. Are you sure you're feeling okay though, or as okay as you can be?
As okay as I can be. I still have this strange desire in the back of my mind that's constantly trying to push me towards Dragonport. But I can wait until everyone's ready to leave.
Alright, we're sailing there next. Do you have any clue what we're gonna find there?
No. I don't even know why it wants me to go back, because the building burnt down, so what could remain other than rubble?
A basement?
What?
A basement? I hidden trapdoor to a basement.
Guava will look over at Lysandra and realize that there is just nothing going on between the ears and just say, "Thanks."
Sure, a basement can exist.
Without fail, all the time.
I'm done today.
Head empty.
A basement.
I'm laughing too hard.
Good job, Lysandra.
I think it's kind of fucking funny, to be honest.
Oh boy.
You may continue, Rosin.
The Oracle didn't mention anything else at all.
Guava slowly shakes her head. I didn't really talk to her.
Alright. Well, it's good to see you at least on your feet now. Are you going to take part in any of the festivities?
I don't know.
I think you should consider it. It's been a long time since we've been around, proper people that weren't pirates.
I guess. but what would I do? Where would I go?
On a date with Rosin?
Oh, Samson.
You're not here. But I'm also sharing the same sentiment. Smile.
Yeah, right? Wait, I am here. I could say it.
You could say it.
Jesus.
I mean, there's a lot going on. I haven't gotten a good look around. This is my first time here in the country, so I don't know. Let's get some good music, some good food, I hope. Quite a few talented craftsmen around.
Is that what you were intending to do? Just find some food to eat?
I'm trying to unwind.
I guess that's fair. She absentmindedly just starts to look around the hallway. She doesn't really know how to continue the conversation.
Well, do consider it, and I'm probably walking around a bit too. Let me know if you need any help, and it's good to see you're doing, kind of well, I suppose.
Thanks. And then her eyes slowly drift over to Lysandra. And what did you want?
Well, Rosin asked what I was going to ask. Why don't you two go to the festival together? You know, if he's gonna be wandering around and you don't know what to do, you could both get lost together. It's better than sitting around.
I don't think someone like him would want a lost little duckling following around.
Lysandra immediately looks to Rosin. Grow and laugh.
You're not a... You don't see yourself like that, do you? You're just a member of the crew. You're friends with the rest of us, right?
Regardless of what I am, it's still more or less where I'm at right now.
Well, I'm not particularly aiming for anything. You wouldn't be like a lost little duckling. We would just be walking around enjoying whatever we could find.
On a date?
I'm hearing strange echoes through these halls.
Guava thinks for some time, and she says the festival's tomorrow, right?
I think
Well,
so.
God?
I was waiting for an answer. I didn't hear anything yet.
Was that a question or a statement? What?
I said I think so. Like.
Oh,
you
I didn't
know?
even hear that. My bad.
Oh,
Okay.
stupid Mike! Stop!
No, it came through. Jaw didn't answer you.
I just didn't
Oh,
hear it.
God,
Yeah,
how
sorry.
could you?
To which Guava will nod and go, well, I guess I can get something else to wear. She looks back at her room, and while neither of you can see what she's looking at, she does say that most of her clothing is brined with a lot of seawater, and she would much prefer something else.
Well, I'm sure since it's a festival, you can find something really cute. Maybe pick out something in your favorite color. Do you have a favorite color?
She looks over at Lysandra and she goes, why are you talking to me like I'm 7?
No, I was excited.
That's just Lysandra.
I was
She's-
just excited to ask. I'm sorry.
I promise that's just Lysandra.
She
She's not being condescending. That's really just her voice.
she slowly shakes her
Yeah, what the
head.
fuck?
He slowly shakes her head and says, well, it's not a matter of it sounding condescending, it's the word choice, but okay.
I would ask the same to
promise that
Rosin.
is
Rosin, do you have a
Lysandra.
favorite color?
Yes, it's maroon because it's funny because it sounds like marooned. It's just a different word.
actually, that's kind of cool.
Here's a little Easter egg for anyone who's been looking at my drawings. Every drawing that I've done in the little Rossland's journal have been with maroon ink.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
It was planned from the beginning.
Nah, that's some deep ass lore.
Yeah, but Lysandra doesn't mean any offense. That's Lysandra.
Still offensive, but okay.
I can try again in a different manner. I'm sorry.
Do you remember what time the festival starts? Because I can meet you somewhere, I guess.
Shame. This wasn't information given to me, the player.
Just pick a time. I'll just
9
say
a.m.
All right, 9 a.m. Fine, and I don't know, we just meet in front of the palace, I suppose.
She
I don't know my way around town.
She thinks for a moment and goes, "Yeah, I guess." She takes a deep breath and then sighs and says, "Is there anything else that you two want?"
No, I just really wanted to check in on you. I'm worried about you, lass.
I'm good.
She nods along. To which the both of you can go ahead and roll for perception, because there is a thing that you missed.
Oh no.
Why do I miss things?
Only A tier conversation. You didn't get S tier.
Oh, fuck. Dicks. What is my perception?
Well, yes, that's what dicks are for.
Okay, well, you know what? Nobody. Oh, wait, Rosin's here. Someone has one, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. There is a statement that she made in relation to her crown. She said that she doesn't know psionics enough in order to ascertain what it can and can't do.
Can I psionics check?
I don't know, Rosin does have psionics. I don't know if he...
I mean, you can both attempt to roll for it if you so wish.
I do.
We could talk to, Melinda's an expert on that, right?
Yeah, you could also just go talk to Melinda.
Yeah.
Well, I still want to do the check, because EXP and also Lysandra would want to do the check.
Alright, well, if you want to do the check, go ahead and do the check.
Okay. Something?
I'm gonna do it too. It's planes, right?
Yeah, planes
Yeah.
and psionics are used interchangeably. Though if you no longer wish to be confused, you can probably just rewrite planes as psionics.
We both rolled the same. You're just way better at it than I am.
Yeah, I pumped all my fucking points into this shit.
The DC for it was a 40, so Lysandra, while you do look at this crown, and you can tell that it is an incredibly powerful psionic artifact, you aren't entirely sure in the processes that it functions. However, considering the fact that you're staring at the crown so intensely, and you have the couth of a wrecking ball smashing through a glass house, Guava would notice that you're staring at her rather intensely and ask you why you were doing that and to stop because you're being a little creepy.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the crown, not you. Not that you're not good to look at, you're very pretty, but I was looking at the crown.
That's not really a save there, Sandra. It just makes it worse.
I was giving a reason. I'm gonna go now. It was nice to see you. I'm glad that you're feeling neutral, and I hope you have a great festival with Rosin. Okay, bye! She's just like halfway down the fucking hallway at this point.
Run, flee.
Her eyes will drift back to Rosin and go, you're apparently friends with a couple of assholes.
Weirdos.
They're my assholes. They're good people. I promise.
To you, maybe. But, okay. You were looking at it too. Is there something that you wanted?
I suppose I'm kind of curious how it works. I'm wondering if it's doing more harm than good at this point. But I'm not sure.
You know, I don't really know what else to tell you, because I don't even know how it works either.
One of the people we're traveling with, Melinda, this might be in her wheelhouse. Would you mind if I asked her about it?
And Guava thinks for a moment, and she asks why.
Like I said, I'm curious, worry, both those things.
Go ahead and roll for diplomacy.
I actually have a gameplay question here.
Mm-hmm.
Do I use versatile performance for something like this or no?
Versatile performance just allows you to use it in place of your diplomacy.
So
I
can
know
use that?
flavor-wise, it's like playing a song in order to try and convince
That's
someone
why I'm
to believe it, but I just
pull out his violin.
I just treat it as a bonus, so just
Okay. I want to use it for the bonus, but I don't want Rosin to pull out his violin at random to just play as soon as he talks to Guava.
Oh wow, that was the DC for it. Damn, okay.
The last feat I grabbed when I leveled up was skill focus, which gives me a +6.
Nice. Alright, well, she thinks on it for a small amount of time, and she nods along and says that she'll be here.
Okay. I'll be sure to knock when we come back then.
So you're gonna go off and attempt to find Melinda.
Mm-hmm.
Which I also forgot to add to OBS here. Blah, blah.
In fairness, I don't think did anyone mention we were going to see Melinda?
True.
Yeah.
Is Rosa gonna come get Lysandra? Can I go?
If Lysandra's in the hall when she sees
She's like
Rosa,
lurking around a corner, okay?
Are you sure you want Lysandra to be involved?
I just want to know about the crown!
Okay, if Lysandra just says that, Rosin will pat her hand and say, Lysandra, I love you, but you are being a little weird today.
Okay.
Just trying to get a date, Lysandra. Come on.
That's not what is happening.
I'll go with
that
Poppin.
is meta. That is not in Rosin's head.
I'll go with Poppin. You have fun.
No, I'll keep you informed on everything.
Okay.
And I appreciate you looking out for Guava too. Even if it was in your own little way.
Okay. Lysandra gonna walk off. She's gonna go to a corner.
You go to a corner and cry like, Rosa just called me weird.
There's a lot of little expert craftsmen. Maybe you could find someone to give you some tips on that thing.
Nobody understands the Poppin.
I mean, you can stand by and wait to listen to the conclusion.
I feel like that's eavesdropping and I'd be misunderstood even worse. No, I'm gonna wait somewhere on the ship for Rosin to come tell me what's going on.
On the ship, we're in a palace.
Yeah,
I
we're in
don't
the
care.
palace.
What
I mean is that
All the way
I
back down the
don't
dock.
I don't think you should interact with Guava anymore due to
No, I wasn't planning on it, but Melinda.
and you can go and talk to Melinda, but that's why I said afterwards you
No,
can just
Rosa
wait.
doesn't want Lysandra to go.
That's not
so
what he...
I'm gonna just
Whatever.
stay away.
It's not what Rosin said at all. So we'll
Go
have
your separate ways, and then arrive at Melinda's door together too.
so
Oh my god.
we'll have the both of you walk over to where Melinda is, who would be outside at this time in the training grounds, drinking some homemade lemonade watching her two daughters beat the shit out of each other in their training. To which, when the both of you approach, she gives you a small wave in the way of raising her glass as a small toast.
Rosna wave back. Howdy, Melinda.
Lysandra also waves.
She goes, hello. How are the both of you doing?
Well enough, I suppose. Mostly been loafing around.
Surprised you haven't done anything more exciting, but I guess that's to be expected. What can I do both of you for?
I actually had a question regarding Guava's crown. I don't know if you got a close look at it when she was on Father Island.
I did, yeah.
Could you maybe explain the nature of it and what it's doing? I expect if anyone would know it would be you.
She thinks for quite some time, and it's quite clear that it's her trying to think of a way to elaborate the process to you. And she says, imagine a current of water, and it needs to go from destination A to destination B. And for most people, it simply just rolls down the hill and makes it to destination B. But for her, how it functions is that about halfway down, some massive structure gets in the way and breaks apart the water and sends it scattering upwards into the soil all around, and it never really reaches destination B. What this crown does is that every single time her mind gets to that point where it wants to crash the water before it can get to destination B, it creates a secondary structure for the water to flow down instead. And it creates an entirely different problem, where it's no longer traveling towards destination B, it's now traveling towards destination C. It's still traveling towards a destination, if that makes sense, but it's no longer going towards the intended target. However, it does have some rather interesting self-repairing properties. From what I've gathered with how the crown functions, as well as the latent psionics from that rabbit friend of yours laden upon it, if she's in the process of slowly remembering certain things that causes these structures to appear to try and careen the water elsewhere, if done so in a unique fashion, the crown will remove those obstacles piece by piece, kind of like helping her remember.
I see.
She continue.
No, you go on.
She continues to think for a bit, and she tries to explain it in more direct terms. It seems that her mind goes in this weird process. If she's not wearing the crown, and she is reminded of something of her past that is heartbreaking, she becomes extremely volatile. I think it's because her mind shattered in some way, shape, or form, and that became the mind's defense mechanism. But while she wears the crown, if she is in that type of position, the crown changes the mind's response. It no longer breaks apart, it no longer shatters, it no longer forces her into this position where she can't remember. It instead makes her forget what happened a few moments before whatever that memory caused. Like,
I see.
resetting a fuse is probably the best way that I can describe it. And by resetting, I mean regrowing the fuse that was already lit. It's strange. Have there been instances where she very clearly didn't remember something, and then along the way she did, or she could?
Yeah, quite a few actually.
Then that's effectively what you're dealing with. I think something happened with her that is causing her mind to force her to not remember, and this crown effectively is forcing her to remember. I can't fathom as to why. I know Laura was the one that gave it to her, and Laura's the one that insists that she wears it, but I'm not clairvoyant, so I do not know nor understand the reason as to why.
I see. Well, thank you kindly.
She nods,
Thank you.
and then she looks over in Lysandra's direction, and she goes, if I recall correctly, you're a worshipper of Reliqua, right?
Yes.
I know that she is the one new god that does not have any known communion, but I'm sure the head of the religion knows how to elicit that communion. You wouldn't, just on the slimmest of chances, have been told how to do that?
No, but I know of someone that I'm supposed to go talk to ask about it.
Oh, and who would that be?
God, who's the name? I gotta write that down. I don't remember things so easy.
You don't remember the clue that she gave you.
I thought I wrote it down, but it's not on my sheet.
She said the mother of the daughter that you're going to be meeting in 2 weeks. Who jumped on your boat?
Oh my god, seriously? I'm supposed to... Okay. Lysandra thinks about it for a long minute, because Lysandra's brain don't work so good today. And she says, I think it might be you.
She opens her mouth for a moment, closes it, and she nods along and says, and who told you that?
The Oracle.
She closes her eyes and takes a slow, deep breath, and very calmly says, that bitch.
Okay, so, would you pretty please tell me?
There isn't really much that I know, but I have been studying Reliqua and everything else for the past 10, 15 years, give or take. It's because she takes a while to actually finish the sentence. But when she does, she says it's because I've been trying to find some way to get my husband back.
Lysandra suddenly looks very stony and says, oh, I don't think that one's possible.
I know. You're a follower, and you're probably going to berate me a little bit later for even considering such a thing. But he was very important to me, and I think both of my daughters deserve their father back.
I understand. I won't berate you. I'm not really like that, or I'd already be berating Rosin for coming back from the dead. And she points over to him.
You did give me funny looks for like a week.
Fair. But I don't think Reliqua would allow that. You said that you were looking into the other gods, too?
No, just Reliqua. The other gods won't particularly help in this situation. While I do have access to revival spells and various forms of revival magics, all of that has a time limit, and I don't think 15 years is within that time frame.
No. Well, maybe Reliqua will make an exception. Maybe. I can't really offer any hope. I'm sorry.
The only thing that I can do is try. I was just wondering if you knew anything whatsoever.
Unfortunately, not more than you at this point, since I was told to go speak to you.
Well, it's not really that. The last piece of information that I'm missing is the communion. I know where to go. I just don't know how to open the door.
Huh. Does Lysandra know how to open the door?
No.
Okay. Great.
Lysandra also doesn't know where to go either.
Yeah.
But Melinda knows much more than she does.
Yeah. I also need to go there. Rather, I'm trying to help a friend who doesn't quite like me at the moment. So I also need to go there.
Melinda cocks her head to the side and he says, "That's interesting. You do know that if you go against your god's, standards, you lose all of your powers, right?"
I mean, yes. I don't really want to go against it. We're not trying to resurrect someone. I just want to see if she can speak to someone. So I'm hoping Reliqua will forgive that. Yeah.
Well, there's only one way to check. If you wake up in the process of doing so and find that your ability to cast magic is gone, then you would know that you would need to atone.
I think I'm still willing to take that chance. She's been through a lot, and I think she deserves it.
Reliqua stares at you for a moment.
Reliqua.
Sorry, not Reliqua. Melinda stares at you for a moment before leaning back in her chair, and she says, "Do you know anything about the Isle of the Ancients?"
Does Lysandra know anything about the Isle of the Ancients? Because this is Chinese to me at the moment. It is gibberish. I don't understand language.
Nope, you do not.
Cool. Lysandra shakes her head.
She says, "The Isle of the Ancients is home to two incredibly powerful dragons. One a fire dragon, one an ice dragon, and the both of them circle around this center where their two powers clash and collide, trying to overtake the other. This creates this interesting magical phenomenon to which, if you climb the mountain that's in the center of the Isle of the Ancients, above the clouds is where you can commune with Reliqua. This makes sense due to the fact that she's the one god that you can't commune with, or rather is the most difficult to do so. Every other deity, you either need to wait for their holiday so that their power is as strong as possible in the heavens, or simply understand how to do their communion properly, and with enough conviction, you can simply talk to them whenever you wish. But Reliqua makes it difficult by requiring a specific location, a location that most people wouldn't survive getting to.
So either way, they are seeing Reliqua.
So, I know there are a lot of other things that you and your friends are focusing on at the time being, responsibilities that require you to go back to the mainland. But if you find yourself having the time, and you happen to be back here in Kelmar, I would much like to hire you for your services to at least try and figure out a way to enter Reliqua's domain.
Okay. I can't make any promises, but I do want to go there, so I will hopefully discuss it with everyone else.
Well, we'll see if you can convince them.
Okay. Thank you, Melinda.
And she will return to her lemonade and watching her children beat the shit out of each other.
I wrote it down this time. I'm so smart.
Well, you won't have to convince me. If you need help, just let me know.
Thank you,
Though
Rosin.
I imagine Relique was quite pissed at me at this point.
Oh, probably. She says with a big old smile.
Melinda waves her hand and says, if you've met any cleric that's revived you, she's gonna be pissed at them too.
Well, I wasn't really a cleric, so you know, I don't think she can be. You know what?
Reliqua
She's probably mad.
canonically has a large rivalry with Ione, because Ione is known for a lot of resurrections.
No, I was talking about the Oracle. I was like, I don't think she can really be mad at the Oracle, but I mean the Oracle, you know.
Well, I know
But-
that. I'm just
yeah.
saying that Reliqua doesn't like Mesa very much.
Yeah, I figured as much.
Oh, poor Nasa.
Poor Nasa.
I hope he's doing okay during all these events.
Only
Are we
one way to
supposed
find
to go and
out.
find her?
She
Yeah,
was supposed to make
let's
a
find-
pilgrimage. That's why she needed to get back to Tarantus.
Yeah. Anyways, Lysandra looks over at Rosin and says, yeah, well, to be honest, this is for Guava. I'm trying to do this for Guava. I'm
Okay, so
trying
go
to
for it.
see if she can speak to her dead friend.
Yeah, like I said, I greatly appreciate it. Just, for both your sakes, I suppose, be careful.
Melinda
I feel
says
like-
both of us. I have a feeling
No.
that,
Lysandra and Guava.
Lysandra and Guava. I thought you were talking about Melinda and Lysandra.
No, Lysandra and Guava. I don't know if I want to be on the bad side of the god of death, if I'm going to be honest.
Well, I don't really either. You know, it might be a little worse for me than it is for you. But I do feel strongly about this, so I want to try. Even if it means Reliqua's upset and I lose all my magic and possibly worse. Still want to try.
Roswell simply not. Thank you again, Melinda. I need to go speak with Guava real quick.
Melinda will simply nod, saying,
Lysandra just waves. Then Lysandra's gonna go chill with Melinda. Drink some lemonade. Have a
To-
good time.
to watch Aya and Nadia spar with each other.
Exactly.
Is it really just sparring?
Yeah, it is. It is just sparring. Of course, there's
Okay.
that sibling rivalry, so they're going a little bit harder, but they're not using real weapons. They're using wooden weapons.
No, I just meant, was there even more than the sibling thing? They were fucking fighting like 90% of the time we saw them in the last 3 sessions.
Well, that's because Nadia is she identifies as sexual, and Aya identifies as what the fuck. But you would go back to Guava, would you? I assume you would just relay the information that you discovered.
Yeah, as best you can, yes.
Okay. To which you probably don't have to say anything in particular. She would simply nod along and slowly understand what Rosin tries to explain, because this will effectively be a game of telephone of a very complex subject matter. So, she would at least appreciate the fact that Rosin tried. And while she doesn't fully understand it, she does get mildly upset that the point of the crown is to force her to remember. To which she expresses that she's now at this crossroads of, if she takes it off, she becomes a liability to pretty much any person within the entire distance of the globe. But if she leaves it on, then she's going to remember something that she probably doesn't want to remember. Because if it's the process of remembering whatever that is that turned her crazy, she's legitimately scared to, well, re-remember it.
I'm afraid I don't know what to tell you, lass. It's not really... I don't have any experience with anything like this. I will say, I guess at least this time around, you've got some friends behind your back.
She nods, but she doesn't make any meaningful response to this. All she says is that she'll see you tomorrow.
Might as well nod and just leave.
Alright, which means I believe the last one is Samson. Samson.
Gonna meet the big man himself.
So Samson, you would have gotten your license to, in order to sell candy. I know that the festival starts at 9, but you probably would have taken some time to not only gather that license in the morning, but to properly wake up that day. Is there anything that you would like to have done with Leighton before you went off, or is there anything that you would like Leighton to do as you interact with the majority of the common population? Sorry.
Aside from giving him a good morning kiss, if he wants to help her cook several dozen batches of candy.
He unfortunately
But he's bad at that, remember?
is not very good at alchemy.
He's not
He
good
can-
at cooking.
He can bless the food when you're done.
I don't think you need to bless candy, to be fair.
Well, it's not like that. It's more along the lines of, the only difference between salt and kosher salt is the fact that it got blessed by a priest, or a rabbi specifically.
Fair enough.
You know, if you want them to just stand around with, fuck, what are they called? I can't remember what they're called. Catholic priests like to use them. They're these metal cases that hold incense as well as holy water.
They're just called... Oh, is
It's
that
a
what they're called?
sensor!
I
A
don't know
what?
the name. I thought they were just incense burns.
C-E-N-S-E-R, sensor!
Their sensor?
Yeah! That's what it's called.
It
it's
is.
a
Wow.
sensor.
Okay.
I have a random
word.
amount of knowledge for just rocking around in this brain.
You should have the knowledge. It's in class.
Yeah.
Anyways,
But I mean, if you want your little bird boy over here to be standing behind you and speaking in Celestial and just waving a censer back and forth whenever you make a batch, so that he can just wave the incense over your candies before going back and blessing the room.
And here I thought he'd have a different reason to be behind her. Realistically speaking, if that's something that he wants to do, she wouldn't say no.
The reason
She would ask him if he'd like to help sell the candies at the festival.
The reason why I'm asking is because Leighton most likely would not be able to be around with Samson at that time, as when the festival is put up, Kane would have come to Leighton to talk to his new role as well as the generalized plans. So he might show up partway through the festival once his responsibilities are done, but he would not be there at the start. The only time that he would have that he can use as an excuse to not have to go off and do his required job is spending the morning with you, finishing off the last batches of candy that you would be making.
Then yes, she'll happily take the blessings.
Okay. They obviously don't do anything. He's just doing it out of sport and due to the fact that he finds it relatively entertaining to do something so minuscule and by and large more or less meaningless. But the fact that it makes Samson happy, he would be glad to do it.
I love this man.
Keep in mind that you would have been told. He would have straight up told you that it doesn't actually do anything if they were hoping for some kind of advantage or some holy intervention to make the candies taste better. It's just that the room will smell like incense for several hours, and you get to watch him act a little bit like a dork as he does the whole incantation.
I mean, she wouldn't mind the smell of incense, given that she was a caravaner. It probably would just smell like home to her.
The reason why I'm asking is because if Samson doesn't want it, he's just gotta say, okay, good luck, give Samson a kiss and then leave.
Yeah, no, she'll take him up on the offer for the morning while she cooks.
To which you would probably get there at about noon, to which... Let's see, what kind of rolls can we do here?
Not gonna roll to make me cook several dozen batches of candies.
It's several hundred dozen batches of candies. Alrighty. Go ahead and roll a 12 D 1000. Nice.
Almost a nat 1000.
So,
1,999.
write that number down anywhere. You don't have to put it on your sheet, just write it down somewhere. Because that number is going to be incredibly important. It is effectively going to be the number of candies that you have in stock for you to try and sell.
Got it.
Okay? So you need to keep track of that number, because if you run out of candies, you run out of things to sell.
Oh god, you're gonna make me do math.
Hey, as long as you just put that, if you want to be lazy, put that number on your phone, and then I will tell you what to subtract from it. That way you can
Joke's
just...
on you, I already have a calculator open.
Just what I meant, but yes.
Got it.
Alright, so with that number in mind, go ahead and you would make your way down to the festival itself, and by the time you get down there at noon, you see that there are just hundreds upon hundreds of people all walking around. And despite the fact that there is just a shitload of individuals walking, here and there all around the Kelmarian city, the noise level is actually relatively low. There are people in the background playing music. There are people that sure do talk a little bit louder than the rest, but by and large, the noise level is pretty manageable. Meaning you, as a salesperson, could effectively shout over the crowd once you're done to try and sell your candies. However, you will need to make a basic intelligence check. You're going to make 3 of them in order to set up your stall. One is effectively just making sure that the tent that you're in is, put upright and everything else. The second is putting out your wares. And the third is putting up your signs for sale and all of that nature. This is technically a craft check, but you don't actually have craft in this manner. So it's just a blanket int check. The reason why I say this is because if you want to add inspiration to it, it counts as a skill check. It's just, like I said, it's a craft check, but you don't get any bonuses or anything here because it's not alchemy, so base intelligence.
So 5d5 or
You're doing
5d20 or
you're doing
3d20?
rolls? Where'd you get the 5d5 from?
I was looking at my intelligence. It's a +5. Numbers got mixed up.
Okay.
3d20 plus 5.
And then if you are adding inspiration, just make it a separate roll.
Yep. Which would be an additional 3d8.
Correct. Oh, not bad. Alrighty, so you set up your stall, and you actually rolled very well. Going through the whole process was pretty easy for you, though I will say that setting up the tent itself was the quote-unquote hardest part for you, literally due to your size. I'm sure you've dealt with those half-made tents where you take those pseudo-metal, half plastic stands, attach them to the bottom of the tent, and then you gotta like crank them up. But if you're not tall enough to actually reach the highest peg to get it to snap, it starts to slide back down. Does anyone here know what the fuck I'm talking about?
Not those fucking things.
No.
Yeah, those would be like the stuff that you would have access to. Granted, these would be made out of wooden tarp, as well as some other fixings that you would be able to put around your stall to make it look a little fancy. But here's a big question. What would you actually call your stall, your little store?
Samson Sweets. Or did Sammy already?
Well, she had the discussion with Leighton, so it would be Sammy Sweets.
Sammy Sweets. Alright, well, now that your shop is all set up and everything else, the big question becomes, how are you going to attract your first set of customers? Keep in mind that there's a lot of ways that you can go about this, and depending on how you do it, the DC increases or decreases.
Well, she'd do what any good candy maker does.
And target the children.
Target the children.
Alright, go ahead and roll.
Find a group of kids and offer them some freebies
what age
to get the
group are
word
you
out.
looking for? And while you tell me that, go ahead and roll for perception.
She'd be looking for young, so young adults, 6 to 12, 6 to 15 area.
That young adult is 14 and up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's looking for younger and young adults.
Okay.
Because she's got sweet candies, sour candies, spicy candies. She's got
Alrighty.
sweets for the little ones, and then
The reason why I'm
exploratory stuff for
asking
older
is
kids.
because pick a specific age group since you said kids, because there are different DCs for them.
Young adults to start.
Young adults, so between 14 and 18. Got it.
And that was a perception check with inspiration.
Alrighty. You do see a small group of teenagers. There are about... let's see. Do I roll over here? Alright, so you spot a group of teenagers that are actually coincidentally hanging by your tent. It seems to be 3 boys, and with a 42, you notice that they are a little peckish, a little hungry, looking for something to eat. How are you going to get their attention?
I feel like she would try to discern what it is they're hungry for. Something salty, something savory, something spicy.
So you're just going to go, hey, what are you guys hungry for? And that's it? That's how you're going to attract teenagers? Would that have worked on you as a teenager?
I'm very easily swayed by food.
Would you assume someone was offering food if they just said that to you?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
Just don't go up to them and be like, "Hey kids, want some
Hey
candy?"
kids, you want a balloon?
What you
So
you
she
looking
would-
for? What you hungry for?
She
Might
would
be a
be
little
pretty.
weird.
She would be pretty blunt and say, "You look hungry. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?"
Alright, go ahead and roll for diplomacy.
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 Oh God! I took all of my ranks out of diplomacy. Ah.
That's an important one. Why would you do that?
I
Other
did that too,
stats were a bit
actually.
more important.
No,
I'm
you
still pretty
rolled
good.
pretty damn well though.
Still
Yeah,
rolled pretty
look at
damn
that.
well, and all 3 of them look back and forth, and they're a bit weirded out that this tiny woman with tits larger than their head going, "Hey boys, you looking for something to eat?" And they all give a tentative nod and notice that there's a whole bunch of candies out on your table organized into various different flavors and whatnot. What's your sales pitch here? What are you going to try and do to get them to buy?
I've traveled the world learning how to make the finest recipes. I have candies of every variety. If you're looking to try something new, I'd be happy to let you sample anything at the table.
To which they all look at each other for a moment. You can see this small little smirk come across the leader's face, the one that's slightly older than the rest. And they ask what kind of samples.
Brain trying to discern if they're making an innuendo here.
I think there's a skill for that. Something that allows you to sense someone's motive.
May I?
That would be so useful.
Can I, in fact, sense a motive here?
Go ahead, sense motive.
Eh?
You see that they're trying to ascertain specifically what these samples are, though you can't quite figure out exactly what they're trying to look for. But they're obviously not flirting with you.
Well, I have candies from all over the world, as well as some special recipes of my own. In fact, I have a challenge for you. She points to the clear leader of the group.
Mm-hmm.
I spent last night making a new batch of something special I've had in mind. If you can eat one and keep yourself in one piece, I'll let the whole group have anything they want free of charge.
He thinks for a moment, and what happens if I lose?
Then you have to tell everybody that you can find about my stall.
What's the challenge? He wants to know what the actual issuance is.
If you can eat one of my new Hellfire poppers and keep yourself in one piece, that's all you gotta do.
To which I assume you would put it on the table in front of him.
Yes, and it is just this burning red little jewel of sugar.
So the question
Like, you know-
is what do you mean by keep yourself in one piece? Like not spit the candy out?
Not spit the candy out, not rush for the nearest drink, not double over in pain. You eat the whole thing, you win.
To which the person looks at you in mild confusion and goes, if that's the case, then why make a candy like this? Who would even want it?
You'd be surprised. There are people all over the world that have different tastes, and a lot of the time I've found sometimes people want a challenge. They want to try something new and exotic. I once had a person that requested me to make a candy that tasted like chicken.
The child thinks for a moment, because it sounds Teldurian and stupid.
Are you scared?
The kid looks at you immediately, and the other two next to him look up at him, and you immediately trap him, and he goes, fine, it's a deal. To which he puts it in his mouth, and he tests it with his tongue for a little bit to see how hard it is, to which he finds it's not that hard. It's somewhere between being chewy and being just a hard candy. So he crunches down on it, splits it in half, and starts to chew it before he stops halfway through, and you see his whole face light up red.
I imagine
His
it's like biting into
face
a
start to
peppercorn.
curl in, and everything else.
did I
Water
Did I
coming
forget
out of
to-
his eyes. But
Did I forget
he's
to mention that the nectar in this is made of Teldurian Reaper peppers? And you seem so brave.
Carolina Reaper.
and he's doing
By an
he's
actual Reaper candy that I had recently.
and
Oh my
he's
God,
trying his best. He takes a couple of more bites, trying to chew it, and his friends are cheering him on. And then he immediately vomits on the floor.
I would do it too, to be honest.
And he just goes, ah, and just runs away.
Deal's a deal, kiddo. Don't forget.
The other two kids look back at you like you're some kind of disgusting monster.
Would you two like to try something sweet as
No.
opposed to what he tried?
They run after him.
I'm
Like
not sure
as
the sales technique's working too.
Yeah, like how many customers are you gonna
are
get
minus
bullying
1
children?
candy
Hold
plus
up here.
0 profit.
Actually, this is exactly what she was going for. Mark herself as the stall with the weird treats. New
Bullying
experience.
children
I
as a
hope it works,
marketing
but it's really
tactic.
funny.
I just had the benefit of also getting to bully children.
I mean, who doesn't like bullying children?
True.
All right, so those three have run off. Who's your next mark? What age group or group in general are you gonna try and sell your candy to?
Definitely a younger audience. She'd look around for kids traveling around the fair with their parents.
Okay,
Target
go ahead and roll for
families.
perception.
20 plus 20. 8.
You see a small child, a little girl, that seems to be traveling in a rather large pack. There is a singular parent, a father, walking around with 3 other kids outside of this little girl. And the way that this girl is talking to these other kids, it is quite clear that they're all friends, and they probably came to the festival together, and the parent is the parent of one of those 4 children, and is currently in the process of watching the 4 of them. So how are you going to get their attention?
She's going to pick up a handful of the more colorful candies, all fruit-flavored stuff, sweets.
Uh-huh.
And she's going to approach the group with the tray and simply say, "Well, hi, everybody. I'm a sweets maker from out of the country. I'm selling homemade candies. Would you guys like to try some?"
They look around at each other before looking up at the dad, and the dad looks back at the kids, and you can see that all 4 girls are giving him like the puppy dog eye treatment. To which he leans back and he sighs and he says, "Okay, but only one."
So what I've brought you all here is various fruit candies. Special little mixture of mine, very sweet, flavored after all the fruits and the rich treats that I've found across my travels.
Thank you very much, Package Coin, for the follow. It's greatly appreciated.
She's just gonna like hold down the tray so that they can each take one.
They all look around and they see that you put out little signs for them, and they pick out 4 of the flavors that they want before they start chewing at them, and you watch as all of their faces light up, and they immediately start swarming around the dad, pulling at his clothes and everything else, saying that they wanna be able to get more. To which the dad
Does Dad want to try one too?
The dad looks at the girls for a moment and then back and raises a hand and says, "No, thank you." And they explain that they're actually in the process of bringing the girls back to their proper parents, as there was a small party that they were attending, and maybe, and he emphasizes this, maybe they'll be back, and all of the kids start going hooray and running around in a small circle.
Well, if they want to come back, she motions over to the stall. I'm just at Sanya's Sweets. They're free to come back anytime and have whatever they like.
To which the dad gives you a look, and it's quite clear that it's not whatever they like, it's whatever they can afford.
Can she sense motive on that?
You can go ahead and roll sense motive.
I am definitely burning an inspiration point here. Yeah.
You can tell that the look that he's giving you is one of, like, the candy costs money, so therefore they would have to pay for it, and you were just being kind in this particular instance to allow them to take a singular piece for free.
Fun fact, where I'm from, we usually don't charge for treats. So, if Dad brings the kids back, or if any of the parents come along, you buy 1 candy, I'll throw in a bag. I just like to make sure that they're given out is all.
To which the dad slowly tilts his head and raises an eyebrow, and asks what kind of drugs you put in those candies. Because he can't fathom anything else in regards to just simply giving away free candy. Especially at a festival that is designed to be selling product.
You'd be surprised. There are some places that consider sugar a drug. Does that count?
Go ahead and roll for diplomacy.
Not great.
He looks and stares for a moment and can see that you are trying to be genuine, but it's clear that he feels that something's off. And all he can really say is maybe. But what's the point of selling anything in this festival if you're not going to try and make money?
Well, now that is a very simple question. The whole point is the fact that I just like seeing people happy.
He raises an eyebrow and says that doesn't make much sense, but okay. And starts to walk away. What next?
She whipped up a batch of rum candy. Find adults and bar goers.
Alright, go ahead and roll for perception. Hopefully you've been keeping track of the candies that you've been getting rid of so far.
Yep. Including the one from the teenager.
You're down
And
by
then-
5, I'm aware.
The 4 from the group.
Like I said, just keep track of the candies that you're getting rid of, because you only have a limited supply, obviously.
Mm-hmm. That's a 35 looking for bar goers.
It's 36, but okay. You look around, and you see a small group of women, about 5 in total, that are all carrying various forms of wine in their hands as they walk around. You can tell that they're not at the drunken point yet, but they are obviously a little tipsy. And unfortunately for you, 3 of them do look like Karens.
It's Wine Moms!
Gotta be real careful how you approach wine moms. Okay, so she's gonna pick up a handful of the rum candies,
Mm-hmm.
and she's going to approach the group of women. And she's just gonna look up at them and say, "Are we enjoying the festival so far?"
To which, they all jump a little bit when you walk up to them and announce yourself, simply due to the fact that Kalnorians, by and large, are usually about 6 feet tall. So someone who's literally half their size, effectively sneaking up on them unintentionally, just scares the shit out of them for a moment, before they see that you're holding a tray of candy, and they go, "Oh, look, little elf helpers walking around with food."
Oh my god.
Not an elf, I'm Venarin. And I'm actually the proprietor of Sammy's Sweets, the stall just over there.
And they're like,
I noticed
"Whatever
you all were
Keebler you want to be, sweetie, is okay. It's okay."
Well, my flavor of Keebler today is I'm noticing that you're all having a good time at the festival. I whipped up a batch of rum candy last night, and I thought you'd all like to try a piece.
To which one of them immediately goes, "Ooh," and starts to reach down, but the leader, Karen, of the group, immediately goes, No, hold on. How do we know that these aren't drugged? Okay, we're trying to make sure that none of us are taken advantage of, and we don't know who you work for.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm the wife of Leighton, the right hand of the new king. But that
Sure
aside,
you are. Okay, sweetie. And they just start to walk away immediately. Except for the last one, who starts to trail behind a little bit. And just as they are barely out of reach, she leans down and she goes, "How much do they cost?"
free of charge. I
Okay.
just
And
want
she
you
just
to
takes
have-
all of them.
If you like them, make sure to tell people about my stall, okay?
She
Have fun.
is already in the process of running off to her friend group, but she did take the entirety of the tray with her. Not the tray itself, just everything that was on it.
So that's 5 more candies down.
I just sat back down from making myself popcorn. Sammy, when do you turn a profit?
So to be fair, she's not in it.
Things right now, not Kelnor things.
Yeah, she's doing Commes things. She's not in it for profit. She'll sell a couple of them, but she's just here to give out her candies.
Okay, I guess that's fair. I was just like, you're just giving candies for free, and you worked so hard.
That was absolutely in character for Catan.
Yeah, that's definitely that's definitely a Catan comment. Like, I'm sorry, when do you start?
When do you make a profit? When do you make a profit, Sammy? When it's not a Commes thing. Now shut up.
I've yet to see that, but okay.
All right, what is the next group that you're gonna try and look for?
All right, I've covered wine moms, teenagers, families.
Children, mostly, not so much families.
Children.
Now you gotta reach the next market, which is rich old people.
Fair, actually. Can she look around to see if there's any... Can she look around to see if there's anybody distinguished?
Define distinguished.
Diplomats, nobles, or wealthy merchants.
I'm imagining people that look like they have a lot of influence on the area around them, so they could, you know, talk about the candy.
Go ahead and roll for perception.
Thank God for my plus 25.
Yeah, I know. So as you start to look around, trying to look for, you know, wealthy, to-do, high-end individuals, you come across exactly one. As you are looking around a little bit away from your stall, and trying to see if there's anything there, when you turn back, you see a familiar bird boy leaning against the counter, going, "Hey, am I allowed to get a free sample?"
For you, anytime.
I'm not looking for any of the candy, though.
Well, then you're gonna have to wait until the candy is gone.
Ugh. He playfully whines.
She's just gonna, like, jump up to try and smooch him.
He'll pick her up in order for her to be able to do so. To which he then explains that he has a small break, as Kane has effectively asked him to go out and gather some food as well as some material for other things back at the castle. So he wanted to stop by over here and pick up some candies as a dessert for the meal that he's going out to pick up.
Well, you know I made some after your favorite flavors. Feel free to take anything from the stall that you need, love.
He slowly shakes his head and he goes, "How much do they cost?"
I've actually been giving them away. I hadn't considered a profit.
He chuckles at this a bit and he goes, "Okay, well, you might want to, because that is the culture around here, okay? I understand doing free samples here and there, I presume, is the business strategy to get people to talk, but if you aren't selling, people aren't going to come over here all that much."
I had thought of that, and I've been considering if I'm giving away singles as samples. I was thinking a bag of 5 for a gold each.
Sure, if you wish to do that. In which case, I'll take 4 bags, please.
Alrighty. Pick out whichever flavors you want, love.
To which he does. Most of them is not stuff that he wants all that much. It's specifically the flavors that Kane likes, to which he does pick up cherry, pineapple, grape, and blueberry.
It's a good handful of flavors.
He then hands you 4 gold, to which you are allowed to increase your gold count by that, and he plants another kiss on the top of Sammy's head before walking off deeper into the festival to try and find the food that he's looking for.
If only those women were around to have seen that.
What?
If only the fucking Karen that was like, sure, you are Sweet Pea.
Yeah, sure, sweetie.
If only she had been around to actually see that.
Well, you just got rid of 20.
And actually made a profit. Wow.
Wow.
So aside from her husband, no other particularly influential people around?
No, most of them were killed by Cain.
Ooh. That'd do it.
Remember, in order for the king to have existed in that perpetual state of, or leaving the country in this ignorant hole, he needed certain individuals in his back pocket, to which the king did so by either you do it, or you mysteriously wind up missing, or in a ditch somewhere. So people either agreed to turn a blind eye in order to survive, or some just agreed because, not every Kalnorian is a good person. And when Cain came into power, he hunted down every single individual that allowed that to continue, and he executed them, often where they stood.
Fair enough.
This is why the castle didn't have any maids.
In that case, with a lack of influential individuals... Couples.
I was gonna say, I think the last one is just romantic couples. Go ahead and roll another perception.
The biggest market for candy makers. Romance.
Alright, you do find a... Oh, it's a 45. Which means you find a couple that's relatively young. It appears that both of them are in their early 20s. They're very much in that honeymoon phase, at least from what you can see. You don't know how long they've been dating or anything else, but they're acting more like blissful teenagers in love than adults that have been in a relationship for several years.
The rose-tinted glasses.
The honeymoon phase is what it's called.
Yeah.
The thing that I've been in with my wife for the past 5 years. Because I still flirt with her like an absolute fucking mongoloid.
True.
It's adorable.
Man, what a simp.
I know.
Whipped. Anyways.
It's not even
Chill.
whipped. I grab, touch, toss, pin up against the wall, kiss, seduce, like I'm still
Damn,
14
we don't need
years
all these
old.
details, y'all.
No, I was saying Sin probably whips you. Anyways, she grabs a handful of
Huh?
candies.
Is this true, baby? Do you whip me?
Do you want me to?
No. I'm just so
Okay,
sad.
no,
I
I
didn't
won't.
know. I didn't realize
So, yeah,
you were
she'll-
keeping these things for me. I didn't know I was being whipped.
So she'll grab a hand.
Honey, I would never.
Hooray.
Smile.
No.
She'll grab a
Wait a
handful
minute.
of candies. She'll grab a handful of candies and she'll make her way over to the couple.
Alrighty, and then what are you gonna do?
She's gonna a few feet away to announce herself this time.
Mhm.
She's gonna look up at the two and say, "Are we having a fun time?"
To which the both of them are a little confused that this random stranger is approaching them, and they'll give a tentative nod to your answer.
Well, if you're enjoying yourself, I'm the proprietress of Sammy's Sweets, the stall just over there. I'm giving out candies for the day if you'd like to have something sweet to complete your day at the festival.
They
My treat.
go ahead and roll for diplomacy.
I'm running out of inspiration points.
Uh-huh.
Sucks to suck, loser.
Oh,
Issue.
Skishu.
That's not bad, though.
They think for a moment, and they ask for a rather interesting flavor, to which the guy talks about how there is this romantic thing that they've been trying to find at the festival, but there's just so many people and sometimes it runs out of food, where roses are incorporated into the meal in some way, shape, or form. Do you have any rose-flavored candy?
As a matter of fact, she's gonna wave them over to the stall. I happened to make just a small batch of them while I was cooking. So she's gonna like pull out a tray from underneath the bench and set it down, and it's a bunch of candies, not only rose flavored, but with roses inside the candy.
And he'll look and he'll look at it and then look over to the girl that he's currently with, and they'll talk back and forth. Do you speak Draconic, by the way? I can't remember if you do.
No,
Okay.
not without taking her funny juice.
And they'll speak in a language that they don't understand, and he'll turn back and he'll say, "Oh, well, these are clearly something a little bit above the rest. How much do they cost?"
It's 1 gold for a bag of 5.
And how many are there?
She has 20.
He looks back at the girl, and they just both shrug, and they go, I guess I'll take all 20 then.
Sounds wonderful.
To which he'll hand over 4 gold, and you're down 20 more.
Would you like to try a sample of anything else while you're here?
They think for a moment, and they go, No, it's okay. We don't have very big sweet teeth, but thank you for allowing us to at least do something like this.
Of course.
To
Making
which,
sure people enjoy themselves is my priority.
To which they then walk off. Alrighty.
And she'll just wave them off.
So how many do you have left?
I have 6,017.
Okay. So that's the gold there in order to sell off the remainder. In which case, I need to go check these rolls, see if they add up to it. Okay. So this is how many candies you would have sold.
That's not bad.
So that is 1,004 people coming up, buying batches of 5, since that's how much you sell them, as word spread around. Which means you would have made 1,004 gold,
Nice.
leaving you with... I'm lazy.
Minus 5,020.
997 candies left. So you have just shy of 1,000 candies left towards the end of the day, which towards the end of the day, as the sun starts to set and the crowd start to die down a little bit, though in case you forgot, the festival does last for exactly 24 hours, meaning it goes until 9 a.m. the following morning. This would be about the time that Leighton returns to the stall, having more or less finished everything that he needed to do with Kane and the rest of the palace, at least for that day. And when he sees that your stock has been effectively reduced to 1/6 its size, he'll go, "Hey, not bad."
Word got around, and I had people flooding the stall for the day. I'd say I did fairly well. I even, she hoists up the bag of gold, made a tidy profit.
He chuckles at it, and he looks at it and estimates, like, just by looking at it, that there's about 1,000 gold. And he goes, well, if you want to call it a profit, I guess that's fair. It doesn't offset any of the costs that were required to make it, though.
True, but the amount of people that I saw walking off happy makes up for lost cost.
I may not know all that much about Kotmez, but would he want that? Their happiness in place of yours.
Well, that's the thing. It's not in place of mine.
What
I'm having the time of my life right now.
What I mean by that is, you said that you wanted to be a candy maker. You're going to have to sell these to make a profit. If you refuse to do that for the sake of everyone else's happiness, then you're not going to have the money that you need to survive. You don't have to live lavish. I'm not saying anything along those lines. You don't have to try and make a 100 times profit off of each candy that you make, but you shouldn't effectively line yourself up for squalor.
That's the thing, love. I'm not. Right now, I'm getting the flavors and the word out, and when the day comes that I come home and I open my shop, Sammy's Sweets will already have a name, and I can start selling these candies in earnest for a real profit. But since it's a festival, I prioritized the happiness over the gold. Eventually, I'll run a store. But right now, I run a stall.
He nods along and goes, okay, if that's what you wish to do. I know nothing about a business, so you're probably gonna have to read a bunch of books on that. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll figure it out when the time comes.
I don't even know where to find those types of books. Hopefully they're not boring.
Well, so long as I have a store one day where I can sell my candies and make a little profit to help you along, that's all I need.
He nods along. Alright then. What are you gonna do for the rest of the night?
Attempt to unload the rest of the stock.
And do you want me to handle that? Because, I did hear from Melinda that she managed to find the ingredients that you needed for your communion.
Did she?
Yeah. Took her some time. And, she complained very wildly about having rashes on her scales from being in the nearby forests, but she does.
Would you be able to handle the stall, sweetheart?
Yep. And I'll make a bigger profit than you, he says very sarcastically and with a light tease behind it.
I don't doubt it. You're better at this than I am. She's gonna leap up to kiss his cheek.
I don't know how you can leap 3 feet into the air, but okay.
She is a monkey.
Monkey, yeah.
Yeah, monkey. Monkey.
Fucking
Tail plus incredibly strong legs.
Does the Shaolin thing with the stick.
I mean, you don't really have to jump, just as long as you jump high enough for him to hoist you up.
To be fair, she could also just stand on the table and
You could just jump up onto the table, and do that. That's true. To which, of course, he'll return the affections and everything else. And he will stand around and wait at the stall, more or less for everyone else to come along as you make your way back to the castle.
really hope that fucking Karen comes along and just sees him there like, oh shit, she was being honest. Ah. Salty about wine moms.
You have to out-wine mom the wine mom in order to win the confrontation.
But she's not that bitchy.
You don't have to be bitchy, just be more drunk.
She doesn't drink.
Disappointing.
Skish you.
Yeah, actual skishu.
So I guess she goes running to find Melinda.
So you run off back to the castle, and after talking to the very minimal amount of help that is there, they do direct you to Melinda, who is currently in her room, to which she has set up all of the ingredients as well as the entire processes for the communion itself. To which, when you arrive, she gives you a small smile and a light, courteous bow before she opens up the book to go towards, or to read out the entire process for communion with Kotmez. She expresses that a lot of the ingredients here are a little strange because the communion itself, while it does include a song and dance during the process of the potion's creation, which I'm sure Sammy knows how to do, at least to a degree, because that's probably the one thing that her family knew how to do properly.
Yeah, that part she's got.
She expresses mild confusion over the fact that the potion becomes pure liquid. And sure, it starts off with a bit of red wine, a little bit of holy water added, and some sage for whatever flavoring is supposed to be mixed into it. But when she motions to the other ingredients, which seem to be a collection, a very small collection of fruits, vegetables, sweets, and even like various forms of mushrooms, she expresses some mild confusion with the fact that a lot of these ingredients are, raw, solid. Sure, the candy may, the sweets may dissolve. And with certain fruits, if they boil long enough, they will just disintegrate. But, mushrooms don't do that. Vegetables don't do that.
I want to chalk it up to the fact that it's a divine concoction, but I could not for the life of me tell you.
She shrugs in return and says, I'm not religious, I don't fucking know. But, go ahead and do your song and dance. I'll, go through the process here and tell you when each ingredient needs to be added so that you can do so that you at least learn it, not me.
What am I rolling here, God?
To which there are 10 ingredients to add. There would have been 13, but she already added 3. But there are 10 ingredients to add. So you're going to do a 10d20 plus your performance. And if you are going to be adding inspiration to this, roll that as a separate thing.
10d20. And then 10d8.
Alrighty. And then there's no nat 20s there. Alrighty. And then you're going to do the same thing, but for craft alchemy instead.
10d20 plus 20.
Ooh, a singular nat 1. That's okay though. Plus 10 plus. Okay, so it's 0. And this is it's 20 times 10 plus 10 plus 100 plus 7 plus 0. Alrighty, all of that has been calculated. Alright, so as you are doing this whole process of singing, dancing, playing your instrument, hopping around the room, in a very particular fashion in regards to the cauldron, I guess, that this is being cooked in, both you and Melinda watch in mild awe as once you get about halfway through and half of the ingredients have been added, they legitimately start to dissolve and coagulate before eventually straight up liquefying. And every single new ingredient that you add, as long as you got the timing down right, begin to liquefy as well. You mess up partway through with that nat 1, thinking that you fucked it up, especially since it doesn't start to liquefy. But with encouragement from Melinda, she gets you to continue. Like, before you even fully stop the whole thing to try again and give up, she forces you to continue, to which you do. And while you aren't entirely into it, the moment you add the next ingredient and both ingredients liquefy, it reignites that vigor for you to actively continue. And then eventually, as if perfectly timed with the song and dance that you have, as soon as your song and dance is over, the last ingredient gets liquefied and the concoction is done. It does not smell good at all. It's very disgusting, actually, with the way that it smells. And the concoction itself is entirely black.
Ooh.
To which Melinda hands you a ladle and says, "Well, I care not to meet this deity, as I do not have any qualms or desires with any of them. But you do, so enjoy yourself. Have a taste. If you can."
She's just like, I don't care about your god, good luck.
She doesn't care about any gods.
Here, have some drugs.
Yeah.
So she'll take the ladle and she'll have herself a big ol' sip.
To which you drink down the entirety of the ladle, and you start to feel your body immediately begin to relax. The taste is non-existent. It is straight up like drinking distilled water. There is no flavor, despite the fact that it smelled awful.
Huh.
To which, as your body starts to grow limp and you lose proper motor functions, Melinda very quickly moves behind you and helps lay you on the floor. And the moment your head touches her carpet, you find yourself slowly sitting up. However, you're no longer in Melinda's room. You are surrounded by a sea of vibrant clouds of various different colors. And beneath you is nothing. What you see beneath you is just the entirety of the Kelnorian island. Close enough for you to ascertain where the city is, but not close enough to, like, make out anyone in the crowd. And you sit there for a moment, and as you eventually get up to your feet, you hear a light giggling behind you, which sounds not all that different from a young child, probably somewhere around Vivi's age, actually, like 11, 12 years old at most. And when you turn, you find the god that you have been spending your entire life trying to commune with, floating quite a bit off the ground, but close enough for you to actually get a very good look at their features. To which, give me just a moment, and I will send it here in general, so that you can actually get a good look as to what they look like.
Cool.
So I'll give you a little bit, since you would have the first reaction here.
I mean, outside of being stunned beyond words, she'd smile and I don't want to say bow. I think she's learning to curtsy at this point.
I mean, what would be her first instinct? If it's to bow, then it's to bow.
Yeah, it would be to bow.
In what way? Well, is it just, put your hands in front and bow forward? Or is it like hands, knees, put your head to the floor?
Clasped in front of her, just like a polite, bow of the hip.
To which, despite the fact that there is no facial feature on this particular deity, they float closer, sinking into the ground, or at least passing through it that you're in. So they are more or less eye level with you. To which, when they do so, you see just how enormous they are. As you, being, 3'8", I think is what you made yourself, or was it 3'10"? I can't remember.
3'8".
3'8". With you being 3'8", you are still shorter than the distance of their skull. So you were just staring directly at this blank face with this metal halo enshrined behind it. And they, as politely as possible, and speaking rather softly due to the distance, simply says hello, and asking what they could, do you for, since this is the first time that they've met you.
It's odd. This is the first time we've met, but I've spent my whole life trying to meet you.
And they slowly tilt their head to the side and they go, oh, and why is that?
I've dedicated every piece of my life to spreading the happiness that you teach. Joy is everything to me.
And he stares at you for a moment, and he goes, well, spreading happiness to others is fine, but none of that can happen if you aren't comfortable with yourself first. And you can tell, despite the fact that there's no eyes, that they scan you for a bit, and they say, this isn't how you normally look, is it?
No. A few months back, we were raided by a group of pirates. I underwent... I don't even know if I could call it surgery. I underwent a procedure, which turned me into who I am now. And it's who I am now that's the entire reason I'm here to talk to you.
To which Katmez giggles quite softly at this, and he says, the reason why I'm asking this is because when you're in a realm like this, regardless of which god you talk to, you're not actually here. I believe your folks call it astral projection, a copy of one's soul in order to travel to a different plane of existence. Because if your soul was actually here, you'd be dead, of course, and we don't want that. What?
Preferably.
astral projection creates a copy of what one feels from their soul. No astral projection is one-to-one to how a person looks. They may be a little taller, a little shorter, a little fatter, a little skinnier. But you look like this.
She's just gonna stare at her hands in thought.
Interesting that you would look at yourself like this. Didn't she say that this was put upon you, not by your own hands, and certainly not with your consent?
Well, it wasn't. But over the last few months, I can't imagine myself being anybody else.
Oh. How interesting. But tell me, why did you come here today? You said that you've been looking for me your whole life, but even those of the most devout faith still visit their deity for a reason.
I've spent most of my life unhappy with who I am. And then suddenly this, she kind of like motions to herself, is thrust on me all at once. I suppose I just want to know if it's right for me to be happy like this.
Why would I say no to having any right of happiness?
She just like freezes at the realization of it.
Happiness is happiness. If it's selfish or selfless, whatever makes the individual happy is the only thing that matters. All happiness comes from the self. Doesn't matter who you're with, doesn't matter who they are. If you aren't happy, there is no way that you can make them happy. So why would you need my permission for that?
I wasn't sure if this all was some sort of test or gift or challenge from you. I'm going to be completely honest.
The new gods try not to place their hands into the affairs of mortals. For many, that is both a blessing and a curse. For others who are incapable of holding themselves in high esteem usually have a tendency to blame us for the actions and the choices that they make. But the reason why we do this is because it is one of the few things that sets us apart from the old gods. The old gods love to meddle into the affairs of mortals and into the affairs of individuals like you. To them, this would have been a test, regardless if they made it themselves or not. But to us, we are simply passive watchers. As by decree of Ione. To which he'll then chuckle and giggle at this and say, and trust me, some of the deities are very unhappy with this.
I could imagine.
But no.
She just...
This was not a test from me.
She's just gonna look up at him, smiling softly. I like who I am now.
Then that's all that matters, isn't it?
It is. Thank you.
Is that all you wish to hear?
Well, that's what I needed to hear.
True. And they'll back up a little bit, going off to their original distance, so that they appear normal-sized in comparison to you. But is that all you wish to hear? Is that all you wish to know?
I have the answer in like the back of my head, and I can't formulate it into words for some reason.
Try.
Fuck.
You gotta try. Or at the very least, try and describe it.
She'd want to know if she's doing right by him.
Right by who?
By Kotmez. She found her happiness. She's still spreading happiness.
Kotmez thinks for quite some time, and he'll say, you know, one of the few things that a lot of mortals seem to misunderstand is the compulsion behind a lot of these religions that we have set up. For some of us, we do desire active communion. For some of us, we do require active approach towards the tenets that we have laid out for you. But I was never one of them. You don't have to worship me in order to receive my blessings or my boons. You just need to be happy. To which he's then going to tilt his head a little bit. And what's going to make you the most happy?
Leaving Samson behind and becoming me.
To which they'll chuckle a bit, and he'll say, "I think those are the same person." To which that's not really an answer. What would make you the most happy?
Getting to travel with this group that I've met, that I've come to love. Spending days with the man that I've found. And just learning to be happy.
Learning to be happy is what makes you most happy, he says, pointing out the mild paradox, laughing a little.
I've spent so many years of my life not knowing what real happiness was. This is the first time that I can genuinely say, I'm happy with who I am, with where I am. I couldn't imagine anything better.
To which the deity will simply chuckle and say, happiness is the one thing that usually decides to sneak around every corner when you're not looking. And then he'll flick his hand forward a little bit in a rather flamboyant fashion and say, "Love the dress, by the way." And then suddenly you wake up in the room.
She just jolts up, smiling.
To which Belinda will be sitting in the chair across from the other room, drinking her tea, and she'll go, "So, how was it? You kind of woke up like you witnessed a nightmare of some kind. You know, considering the fact that you jolted to your feet almost instantly."
I think I found the answer I was looking for.
Okay.
And he said he liked my dress.
Weird. Okay. The fuck are we gonna do with the rest of this concoction? She points over to the cauldron, which clearly could feed like maybe 20 to 30 people, and only one person drank from it.
That's a really good question.
Yeah, cool. Thanks. I guess I'll get rid of it.
No. I can get rid of it.
Oh, yeah, you, 3.5-foot tall monkey, can carry a cauldron that's as large as you.
I can try.
Just get out.
I wouldn't.
got it.
Before
Go,
she leaves,
shoo,
Sammy's gonna...
shoo, and she'll, like, start moving over to where Sammy is, and, like, leaning forward because she is, like, 5.5 feet, and just shooing her hands at Samson, lightly slapping the back of Sammy's shoulders.
Okay,
Go,
well,
go.
before
Shoo,
she
shoo,
gets shooed out the door, so very abruptly, Sammy's going to turn around, hug Melinda as thanks, and then escort herself out.
I see. To which, after the 2 weeks are over and all that other stuff happens, both Locke and Kate would approach you, as well as Rosin, as well as Lysandra, to which I don't think there'd be much of a conversation between Rosin, Lysandra, and those two as they are handing out the cure. But, Locke, how would you feel, you know, going through busting your ass for 2 whole fucking weeks through all of this, and you present the cure to Sammy, and she goes, "No, I'm okay, I don't want it."
Honestly, there would be a slight thing of, like, well, what the hell did we just do this for then? You could have just told us this 2 weeks ago. But he isn't that annoyed because he had a lot more fun and enjoyment just working with Kate properly again.
Mm-hmm.
So, he, on the whole, he really doesn't mind. Because at the same time, he learned a lot while doing it, so...
Kate would just call Sammy a bitch.
Of course Kate would.
Not full meaningfully. It would be like, "Oh, you bitch. You don't want it? God damn it." And then she just toss it and let it break.
Sorry, but I'm better off.
Kate will just stare. It's the boobs, isn't it?
It's the boobs, the husband, the happiness, the finally having meaning in my life.
Kate looks at Sammy and goes, "What a weird way to describe that with what you went through, but okay, you do you."
Oh, you're just jealous that you only have one of those things she listed.
My ass is just as big as hers, and I am okay with that, and she'll just walk away.
Yeah, well, my husband gets to appreciate mine.
She'll just stop and slowly turn towards
Would you
Locke.
like Leighton to appreciate hers, or...
that wasn't actually said in character.
I was about to say, like, okay, would you rather Leighton appreciate them
It's
too?
more along the lines of that would probably get you shot by Kate.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say it in character. I'm just throwing shade.
I was prepared to ask how good you are with antidotes.
Well, how could you do that to
poison,
this face?
I'm immune.
How could you be mean to this face?
That's why I'm not being mean to that face.
She's just a little goober.
She called me a bitch!
Yeah. Again, it was half meaningful, you know, like, okay, I went through all this to do something for you. I don't want it anymore. You bitch.
She's a goober.
All right. Is everyone ready for shopping?
Yay!
Yay.
All right. So now we get into the boring part of everything.
This isn't boring. Hissy gets to start talking.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go top, bottom, and how I'm going to break it down is first through weapons and armor, and then we'll go to like wondrous items as well as other things that people would want. Your construct is gonna be dead last, Lysandra, because
Yeah.
you and I are gonna need to like sit down and just spend a couple of hours. So we won't do it today, but don't worry
Okay.
too much because it will be done before it's physically needed in an actual battle. Okay,
Okay.
assuming
that's
that
fine.
you have the free time and all of that. But
No,
we
I'm
won't.
never free.
But we won't do the construct right now.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm good with that.
However, I am going to do something to make it as easy on everyone as possible, so that people don't really have to worry too much about prices. We're going to communism your money.
That's
Catan,
bullshit,
how much?
'cause I know I'm gonna spend like the least of anyone here. Otherwise, god damn it.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm probably gonna spend the most on.
And then
I don't
everyone
wanna
will get
put that
back
on
an even
everyone.
amount of gold across everyone else. So,
Assholes.
Catan, how much money does Catan have?
Let me scroll down. Oh, that's the wrong sheet. I was looking at Hissy. I was like, why does Catan have $0?
Wrong cat.
Wrong cat, my
Racist
bad.
towards your own character.
I'm a little bit racist. Anyway, 33,961.
So 33,961.
Yep.
All right, Leiku.
And then for Leiku, she doesn't have, sadness looking at this. 32,120.
All right, 32120.
It's all
Deras.
disappearing.
31,164.
Alrighty, Locke.
Locke has 22,768.
Alrighty, Lysandra.
Lysandra has 26,292.
Alrighty, Reich.
28,550.
Rosin.
43,647.
Holy
Yeah,
shit.
almost like I was saving up for something, and now I get to lose it all. I am genuinely salty about this.
You'll be fine, you'll be
I'm
damn it.
fine.
sorry,
Sammy, how much
Rosin.
you got?
Thanks to her efforts at the festival, 23,324.
I'm never saving up for anything ever again if this happens.
Yeah,
Like, I'm never
now
saving
I'm gonna
up
have to
for
know I have to spend my money as soon as I get it.
Yeah,
'Cause
fuck it.
otherwise everyone else gets to.
I'm gonna
It's-
spend all your money, Rosin.
It is just a matter of coagulating, and then people will get their shit back. Don't worry too much. Alright, so. We will go... you know what? We'll go bottom to top. So... So, right now we're just focusing on weapons and armor upgrades. Now, normally what I do, you are restricted in how far you can upgrade your weapons and armor. You do not have to worry about that restriction here. You just need to be able to afford it. Okay.
Okay.
So, starting off with Sammy here, do you want to upgrade your weapon and armor?
No. I'm quite comfortable with where it currently is.
For both. Because currently you have a
The-
+3 Mithril Steel Lamellar, and you currently have a +2 Returning Pilot. Just making sure if you are.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with where I'm at right now.
Alrighty. We'll go back around in relation to,
Unless I can somehow upgrade my bottles.
You can't, unfortunately.
Exactly.
Alright, Rosin. Ready to upgrade your weapons and armor. Rosin?
Uh-oh.
I think Rosin died.
Oh no, no, Rosin.
From a stroke.
From
Fuck,
stroke,
that I have to give a
From
probably.
having all of his fucking money essentially stolen from him, yeah.
Well,
What's up?
oh, now you respond?
My PC is dying. I just had to crash and
Oh
restart.
yeah,
it.
that's right. Oh no, no, you
yeah.
reminded me about your PC.
Yeah, mine just blue screened of death, by the way. That's why I disappeared, so I'm not
Wonderful.
exactly happy either.
Okay.
What the hell's
Are
up
we
with your
all
hardware?
are we all running PCs that are dying?
Nope.
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 Mine shouldn't be dying.
If Cynicals is, I'm gonna be mad.
Anyway,
mine had
Rosin.
a minor issue,
Or-
but
hey, come on. Come on, focus.
What?
Rosin.
I do want to upgrade a piece of armor.
You just want to upgrade your piece of armor? You don't want to upgrade
Yes.
any... You don't want to upgrade your weapons?
I hardly ever use my weapons. Yeah, just the armor for now.
Just the armor for now. Okay.
Mhm.
So let's see. You have, it's what, Singing Steel Lamellar?
Yep, +1 currently.
Plus
I think it comes
one.
from the material though. If that matters.
What was that?
I believe it comes from the material though, if that matters.
No, you had to pay for the +1.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright, Singing Steel is 9,000 as a base, and it is the Steel Lamellar armor. So plus 1,000. How far do you want to upgrade it? Because right now it is just a +3. Though you did forget to increase your max. Your numbers are wrong.
Uh-oh.
It's supposed to be a +7, +4, -4.
Well, maybe Rosin should have died back there. Oh well. I mean, that was really what killed him, was the fucking dex penalty and shit. But, oh well.
Yeah, because remember, all the numbers go up by 1 when you...
I thought I
upgrade
already increased it. I must have misread something.
it. You might have been looking at a different armor. I don't know why.
Mhm.
But yeah, it's +7, +4, plus... Well, -4. So
I gotta
+7,
open up
+4,
my
-4.
fucking sheet again. Give me a sec. Can you repeat those again?
It's supposed to be +7, +4, -4. Because the base Lamellar is +6, +3, -5. So every single time you upgrade, they all increase by 1. Do you want to bring it straight to just a raw +5 right away? Because you can.
How much is that?
I do not know, but I do know that the price gets halved. Because Charles.
I would like to know the price before I ask for that.
Times 2 plus 3,000 times 2 plus 4,000 times 2 plus 5,000 divided by 2. 101,000.
No, I'm not gonna pay that much. That's,
Okay.
I'm not gonna return to the world this injustice has been placed upon me.
You sure
Steal
about
everyone
that?
else's money.
It's kind of funny.
It is funny, but I'm not gonna do it as a player or as Rosin. I don't know, how much would it cost to go to a +3?
Times 2 plus 2,000 times 2 plus 3,000 divided by 2. 23,800.
Sure, we'll do it at +3 then.
Alright, so that means that all the numbers increase by 2. So it'd go to +9, +6, -2.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Alrighty, well, you said you didn't want to upgrade your weapons? No?
Nope.
Alright, so then we move on to Reich.
Yes. I actually have a question. There is material upgrades, like just getting a new armor out of different materials, right? If I remember this correctly.
Yeah, one of the ways that you can turn a medium armor into a light armor was making it out of mithril.
Okay, would I get any benefit doing that with my already light armor, with my chain shirt?
It just doesn't get considered as a light armor, but it doesn't change any of the numerical values with it.
Okay, then I would just like to upgrade it to +2. How much would that be?
Are you sure you don't want to try and sell it and get a different armor? Because like I said, medium armors made out of mithril become treated as light, but you get all of the benefits and bonuses of just wearing a medium armor.
You know what? Fair enough. Can you skip me for now and I'll look over it?
No.
Okay, fuck. Then I will... It needs to be obviously a metal one.
Yeah. To which, what everyone usually does is they get the steel lamellar armor. Because what mithril does is it halves the weight, so it goes down to 17.5. It's treated as a light armor, meaning you don't take a speed penalty. And it starts as a base +6, +3, -5.
Okay, then how much would that be?
For just the base,
Yeah.
let's see. 4,150. That's just for a base.
150. And
Well,
then
again,
it would
keep
be
in mind this does get halved. That's just the base for right now. Because Charles.
Yep. Then another upgrade would be...
+1 would be
Oh my God, so much
5,150. That's why I'm doing it. Stop worrying about the math.
Okay, how much would it cost if I get it +2?
Times 2 plus 2,000. Before Charles, it'd be 12,300.
And okay, and after it would be 6. Then I will get one.
That's
mithril
not how
lambda
the price
+2.
works. It's a logarithmic increase. Do you want to know what a +3 is?
No, well, just a +2.
You only want a +2. Keep in mind that the max dex would then be at a +5, meaning you can't apply your whole dexterity to it. If your dexterity is larger than a +5.
No, fair. I wanted to actually upgrade my claws too, but I guess those will have to wait.
There's a
let's
reason
do
why I
+3.
coagulated people's money. Stop worrying about it.
I don't want to overspend.
Too bad. What is your dexterity modifier?
It's a +5 right now.
So we'll make it a plus. So we'll upgrade your armor so that it is a +6. Which means, divide by 2. That is 13,800. Okay.
Okay, fine. That'll be all.
No, it won't. Stop being a pussy.
No, I'm serious.
Nope. Stop it.
It's something better. You need to survive.
I am getting something else, but that's after the weapons and armor, and that's hella expensive.
Again, relax and stop worrying about it. So you need to go onto your sheet. You need to rechange. You need to change your armor's name. So it will read as Mithril, Steel, Lamellar, and then in parentheses +3.
+3, okay.
Okay, which means that the AC bonus is a 9. The max dex is a 6. And the armor check penalty is a -2. And the weight is 17.5 pounds.
Okay,
Okay?
perfect. Yes.
Alright. Now we go to your weapons. You got, what was it, cat claw, claw blades, there we go.
Plus
claw
one.
blades.
Yeah.
So you got claw blades there, which means you have to pay for 2. Do you
Yeah.
want these claw blades out of a special material, or are you comfortable with them just being, normal?
Yeah, no, I'm fine with what they are.
Alrighty, just making sure. In which case, you said they are currently a +1?
Yes.
Okay. How far would you like to upgrade them?
Just a +2.
How much further would you like to upgrade them? I told you,
No, I'm
don't
serious.
you can't act like this. I already set it up so that you do not have to worry. Stop worrying.
Okay, fine, then I'll get them to the same stat as my armor +3.
Okay. Stop being Canadian about the whole ordeal.
That's my job.
I'm not Canadian.
That's
Don't
my job.
call me Canadian. I'm not indecisive. I know exactly what I want.
Yeah, but you're too scared to ask for it. Times 2 plus
Stay off my fucking turf.
Alright, so normally you would have to pay 12,220 twice, but Charles does have that price, which means it's just 12,220.
Okay.
To which we go to that for that. And then we'll come back for other things that aren't just weapons and armor. The next one in the line is Lysandra.
Hello, it is me.
To which you use a Morning Star.
Mm-hmm.
So the first question is if you would want that to be out of any kind of special material.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of things that these special materials can do. Is there any particular mechanic that you would like your weapon to try and do?
Is there anything that is more effective against cultists?
As in, like, it beats down evil creatures easier?
Yeah.
Let's see. There is Angel Skin, which doesn't work on weapons.
That was
No.
about to be really scary. I'm an Athmard using angel skin. No, there
No.
isn't.
So there's an armor that helps you resist evil stuff a little bit more,
Resist.
but that
No.
requires it to be made out of a leather, which you want heavier armor considering your stats. However,
Yeah,
there
I
is a
already have the thing
material.
to make them.
There is a material that allows you to bypass damage reduction. It's called adamantine.
Oh, all right. I'll do that for my morning star.
All right,
Yes,
so
adamantine, my beloved.
Mm-hmm.
your morning star needs to be sold first.
Oh, okay. My morning star.
Literally just because you can't like reforge a weapon that has already been forged.
Okay.
Alright, and then we get into the nitty-gritty. So it's a base of 8 gold for this morning star, and adamantine adds 3,000, though this comes with the unique benefit of forcing it to be a +1. Do you want to bring it all the way up to a +5, and then just never have to worry about it again?
No, put it up to a +3.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Positive?
Yes.
Because a +3 before Charles gets involved is 19,000.
Okay, how much is the +5?
Times 2 plus 5 divided by 2. 44,564. It's a big chunk, but then you don't have to worry about it anymore, because it is Charles after all.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because, you know, we can't always have half of the money gone, you know?
I mean, you still have 234,000 left.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it. +5 it. Bring that bad boy up.
Alright, so what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to where your weapon is, you know, up in section 1. And you're gonna change the name. Instead of it just saying Morningstar, it's now gonna read Adamantine Morningstar.
Okay. +5.
+5, to which you then gotta change all of your E and H's, you know, your enhancement bonuses,
To +5?
to a +5, yes.
Okay. Yippee!
What are all of these parentheses on your sheet?
Oh, they were for the transformation. I was keeping track of it. I already
okay.
removed them.
Alright.
Yeah.
You're no longer
I already got rid of them.
Amazonian-sized.
Yeah, I know, right? Man.
How does that make you feel?
Sad, hot, buff angel woman. Sad.
I mean, you
Kind
could
of
that
hippie,
it, but
hot,
okay.
buff angel. Yeah, well, yes, but we discussed it. Not doing it. Roleplay reasons.
Teehee, teehee. And then there is your armors. You currently have a heavy steel shield. Do you want to upgrade that to its max? It can only go up to a +2.
Well, hold on that one. Because I need to make the psionic armor, remember?
Oh, you want to make the psionic armor. Yes,
Yeah.
that's true.
Should we do the shield first, or should we talk about that first?
Well, you can either make it a psionic shield, or you can make it a psionic armor. It is your choice.
I don't know what either of them do, and you can't tell me either.
Correct.
That would be metagaming.
Correct.
No, I want to make the armor.
You want to make the armor.
Yeah, I want to make the armor. If you ask, are you sure, I'm going to freak the fuck out.
Are you sure?
Damn it!
Just making sure you're positive. That is all.
I'm gonna doubt myself now.
Well, maybe you shouldn't doubt yourself. Maybe you should be more sure.
Maybe you shouldn't be like that.
Maybe you shouldn't be so easy to self-doubt.
You had to think about that one for a second, huh? I want to do the armor, yeah.
Okay. Do you want the same style of armor?
Well, it can only be heavy, right?
No, you can make it out of any metal material. It's just that you currently have a style of armor, which is your lamellar.
Well, last time you said it can only be metal armor, right?
I literally just said it can be any metal armor.
Oh,
Chain shirt is a metal armor, is it not?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm asking if you wanted the same kind of armor, which is the lamellar armor.
If I go to heavy armor, I don't lose any speed, right? I'm pretty sure I can.
You lose the same amount of speed that you lose for medium armor.
Okay.
I don't know if you can wear heavy though. Let me double check.
Yeah,
You can
I'm
only
pretty
wear
sure
it's
I
lighter
can.
medium. That's it.
Oh, it's only lighter medium?
Yeah.
And there is no light metal armor, right?
The chain shirt. I literally just said it.
Oh, then I want light armor.
Why do you want
Can I
light
do
armor?
light? So I can move faster.
What's your dexterity?
+3? It's
So
not
you
too
need
bad.
armor.
Oh, okay,
Do you
never
want to
mind.
get hit literally every roll by people that are half your level?
Okay, I want my armor. I want to keep the Lamellar.
That's what I thought. Stop overthinking, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to move faster.
Don't move faster. Tell me what you want.
Okay, Lamellar, please.
Thank you.
Can't wait to see what this does. Oh, psionic armor.
So, we'll start off with your armor first. You have to sell the old one. So, you're going to change the name of your steel lamellar armor. You're going to call it psionic lamellar armor.
Okay. Got it.
To which it goes there. Alrighty, and then, do you want to bring it up to a +3 like everyone else has?
Yeah.
Right. So times 2 plus 2,000 times 2 plus 3,000 divided by 2. That would have been 6,800 gold. Hooray for Charles.
Hooray, Charles! Yippee!
Alright, so it'll read Psionic Lamellar plus 3, and then the stats are going to be 9, 6, -2.
Plus 6. Check penalty. -2. And is it 35 pounds like normal?
Yes.
Okay. So just to double check, Psionic Lamellar plus 3, 9 AC, max dex 6, check penalty -2.
Correct.
Okay.
Now,
Man, the check penalty went really down.
well, yes, you've upgraded it twice more.
Yippee.
And so what you're going to do is now you're going to scroll up, and I don't know where you would like to put this note. I usually put it somewhere in section 1, usually right above or right below where my weapon is.
Okay.
But while you are wearing the psionic armor, you gain the following benefits. Damage reduction 2, and a +2 on will saves against psionic means.
Ooh. That's really cool. I like that.
So however you wish to note that down, that's fine. Do you know how damage reduction works?
I just subtract 2 from every hit.
Basically, yeah. And
Okay.
keep in mind that it doesn't apply to magic damage.
Okay.
So, you know, if someone hits you with a fireball, you're still taking fireball damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Alright.
And my
And then-
shield?
You want to do your shield, which is the heavy steel shield, right?
Yeah, just put it up to 2.
Well, that's the
Well, that's
highest
the
that
max.
it's allowed to go
Yeah.
anyway.
Just bump that little bad
alright.
boy up.
So that's 20 gold. Times 2 plus 2,000 divided by 2. 2,020. So. Which makes sense. Alright, so your heavy steel shield, the numerical values just increased by 1. So, you know, now it's a +2 shield. Its AC bonus goes up by 1. And the check penalty now becomes -0.
Okay.
And then
Thank you.
go ahead and remember to readjust your AC and all that other stuff. So,
Yeah, I went up by
by a
3.
lot. I went up by a lot.
Yeah.
Alright, we go to luck.
I'm doing nothing for this bit.
Not even your armor.
Well, you said my armor was maxed out.
Correct, but you can make medium armors become light armors by
I could,
making them out
if
of
I could
mithril.
afford the weight.
It halves the weight.
I literally can't. It might do, but I literally have 3 pounds to play with as of right now. Until I increase my strength with wondrous items, I can't really carry much else.
Are you planning on increasing your strength with wondrous items?
That is the plan.
Okay. Well, if you aren't entirely sure, then what we'll do is we will wait. Do you at least want to upgrade your pistols?
No, because I would have to do 6 of them. So
Correct.
I'm just going to keep them as base pistols.
But the price is halved. Also, you put weapon specialization in the wrong... You were supposed to pick up weapon focus, not specialization.
I got both.
Where's the
way you were
focus?
saying about everything. Oh, was I supposed to add that everything with the way you were telling people to replace things? I figured that specialization was...
I said to copy it and then change the numbers. It doesn't replace anything. Because specialization does not give you a bonus on attack rolls. It gives you a bonus to damage.
Oh, okay, that was me misreading it then. Right, so I need to make that alteration.
Here,
Put that back to...
Type it out for you. It's weapon focus. Weapon specialization. This is what I meant, like, you just copy-paste, because it's the same verbiage, it's just 2 things change.
Right, okay, I will...
So you want +1 weapon focus in your attack ranged, and then for the damage, it would read 3d12 +2, and then if you want to shorten it, W spec works fine.
Okay.
But upgrading one pistol is 2,000 gold, meaning it's actually only 6,000 gold to upgrade them all once, if you at least want to make them a +1.
I suppose I could make them all a +1.
Because Charles does have the cost.
I'll make them all a +1.
You'll make them all a +1. May I interest you in turning them into a +2?
How much are we talking before, Charles?
Times 6. The total cost with Charles would be 18,000.
Okay, I'll make them a +2, why not? Everyone else is spending money, I might as well.
Already. So how your pistol would read would be every single one of them would read like this. For the damage.
Okay, thank you very much.
And your attack ranged would read like this. Okay?
Yep.
There you go. Probably help you hit things a whole lot more consistently. Alrighty, then we get to Dras.
Yes.
We will start off with your armor. You're currently in a Hell Knight plate, to which you also haven't changed things properly. All of the numerical values increase. So it's a 11 AC plus 3 max dex minus 3 check penalty.
Ah, oops.
I like how everyone is missing the increases all numerical values. It's very important because it helps increase your AC, meaning you're allowed to have a max of a plus 3 dex added to your AC. Regardless, do you want to upgrade your armor?
I guess depends on the cost, because the
Let's talk
upgrades
about
right
the
now are
cost.
all from the sacred armor stuff.
Well, it just stacks with it. You're actually one of the few classes that you can actually upgrade an armor or a weapon all the way to plus 5. And because it stacks, while it does not increase it over plus 5, it gives you more enhancement to spend money for those enchantments. Meaning you can actually run around with 2 enchantments on your weapon and still have it be a plus 5 because of how the enhancements stack.
Okay, yeah.
But we'll make it a plus 3 so that you're on par with pretty much everyone else. So times 2 plus 2,000 times 2 plus 3,000 divided by 2. Alright, so that's 9,500. So you're going to change the Hell Knight plate to a plus 3, and then again, all of the numerical values increase by 1, which means it's 12, 4, negative 2.
-2. Okay.
Alright, and then, weapon. Your weapon is currently at a plus 3, but I believe that is because of your sacred weapon.
Yeah, it's a +1. We did an upgrade to +1 at some point, and then the rest is from the sacred weapon bonus.
So your current enhancement bonus is a plus 2 for your sacred weapon,
+3.
which makes it a
I
plus
put
4,
the frost. Yes.
just so that you're aware. So it makes it a plus 4, which is why I would read plus 4, and your enhancement bonus would be a plus 3, because you added the frost enchantment to it.
Oh, is that how it works? You can get the bonus and the enchantment. Oh, okay.
The enchantment costs the bonus. So the name would be Frost Longbow plus 4. But your longbow, because it has the frost enchantment on it, which is a +1 enchantment, reduces the enhancement bonus that you would gain by 1. So even though the longbow is called a +4, your enhancement bonus is only a +3.
Oh, okay, now I understand you. Okay.
Do you want to upgrade your longbow to a +3 like everyone else has been doing with their weapons?
Sure.
Because again,
Let's
your
go for it.
enhancement bonus does stack. Okay, so that's 75 gold, so it's 1,000, and then times 2 plus 2,000, times 2 plus 3,000, divided by 2, 560. 164, 158, 605. Alright, so there would be that. So now that you have upgraded your longbow to a +3 and your sacred weapon bonus, is now a +3. This would mean that, in theory, your longbow is actually a +6 longbow. However, due to Pathfinder mechanics, that physically cannot be increased beyond a +5. Okay?
Yep, I got you.
So, the excess enhancement just doesn't exist. However, you have added Frost. Frost is a +1 enchantment. So, meaning your +6 longbow gets reduced down to a +5 longbow and still gets the Frost enchantment. Meaning your longbow is now called a longbow +5, and your enhancement bonus is a +5 to both. Meaning you get the
Yes.
+5 to the damage and the +5 to the ranged. This is the power of the War Priest. You are now in that realm where you can ignore certain game rules, so to speak.
Yeah, I understand you.
Alrighty. So then we go down to, I know that you have Sacred Armor. What is your current Sacred Armor bonus?
+3.
Like from your class?
Yep.
Okay. Well, you need to 100% make sure that you are updating it in your feat. Like, I know that I'm currently reading your level 12 sheet here, and it says for Sacred Weapon you gain an enhancement bonus +2 to your weapon. If that does not read +3, I am not going to know that it's a +3.
Yeah, no, I forgot that. I wrote it beneath Sacred Armor, the +3,
Okay.
and forgot to update it in the text.
Okay.
My bad.
So that's important. Which means your armor is now upgraded to a +5 as well, because again, they stack. Now your Hell Knight plate is considered a +6 at the time being. That's perfectly fine. But that does mean that your AC bonus for your Hell Knight plate is now a 14, your max dex bonus is now a +6, and your armor check penalty is a -0.
Yep, okay.
You've effectively hit endgame gear before the endgame has happened. This is why War Priest is very dumb.
Yay.
Alright, so that's weapons and armor, which means we now go to... I'll go to Leiku because I'm in Group B at the time being.
Hello.
I know you have pistols, and I know you have bracers of armor. You are not good at attacking at all.
Nope.
So the only way for you to get good at attacking is to have a +5 with your pistols.
Yeah.
Like there's no way around it. So let's see. So that would be 2,000 for a +1 times 2 plus 2,000 times 2 plus 3,000 times 2 plus 4,000 2 plus 5,000 times 5 divided by 2. I do not think you want to spend 182,000 just to bring them up to a +5.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Do you want to bring
Honestly,
them at least...
my real power is with my spells anyway.
I know. So I'm going to ask, do you want to sell all of your pistols and just not have them anymore? Or do you feel that you still need them?
I still need them.
Okay.
Hold monster.
So, do you want to upgrade them to like a +2 then?
Wait, hold on. Let me evaluate.
Because it's 6,000 for one pistol, meaning if you multiply by 5 and divide by 2, it's 15,000 to upgrade all 5 of your pistols to a +2.
I think, honestly, what I kind of want is to just have Leiku with one pistol.
Only one pistol.
What would be the point for having so many?
Well, if you have quick draw, then you can just pew 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 But if you feel that you don't need to do that and you just want one pistol and then just relying on wasting a turn to reload it, then that's fine. That's actually much more affordable to bring it up to a +5.
That's what I am thinking. Just having one pistol with a +5, because I honestly have a lot of spells per day, and most of my attack power comes from the fact that I have a big ass cat that they need to destroy first.
Fair.
I think having one pistol on her would be just like a security measure, just in case.
Okay. Sure.
So I feel like this is the most appropriate.
Alright, so go ahead and delete 4 of your pistols. I'll add that gold to the pile here. And then, let's see.
Now we can bring up one
2,
pistol to a +5.
Plus 2,000 times
So-
2 plus 3,000 times 2 plus 4,000 times 2 plus 5,000. Divide by 2 is 36,500. And you already know how to add that onto your sheet. Right?
Yes, I do.
Alrighty. And then you don't really have any armor. It's just your braces of armor, which currently are a +3. The +8 variant I know is 64,000, but you just have to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess we can wait for that. You are on a cat after all.
I am on a cat.
And that would, I guess, be
To
it
which
for later.
I do want to ask, is there anything I can get for my cat, like armor?
He has to have the feet to be able to wear armor.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Can I work on getting that feat?
I thought you wanted your last 2 feats to be improved toughness.
Oh, you know, you're right. Damn. Okay.
I mean, if you want to give up one of your improved natural weapons to drop your claws from a D10 back to a D8.
No.
Okay. Alrighty, and then we get to Catan. He's currently in a spider silk bodysuit, to which that is the cap. And
Yeah.
considering when he rages he goes to a +10 dexterity, there is no medium armor that you can make mithril that would allow you to utilize that to that capacity.
Yeah, I know.
The only way to do that is to use ring of protection. Not ring of protection, bracers of armor.
Fair.
To which we'll get back to that, because that would be other things.
Mm-hmm. That's okay. We can get back to that later. You don't have to.
Alrighty, so with the gold remaining, after all of the weapons and armor are done,
Oh wait! I need to get the circlet.
as I said, I was just doing weapons and armor. I will go back through for the 3rd time I have explained
Okay,
it to
sorry.
you. Please.
Okay. Continue. Go ahead.
So, everyone, reset your gold to 32,500.
Net profit. Woo.
For everybody,
Yeah,
every single character, 32,500.
yep, including beating. Which isn't a detrimental loss to a good portion of you, and is probably a small increase for the rest.
Poor YGF.
I think YGF only
Compared
lost.
to the amount Because I spent so little on my armor, this actually is a slight gain.
Oh, good. Never mind.
I think you spent like just shy of 10,000 or something like that.
No, I spent like 20k.
Oh, yeah.
Eh.
So it is a net gain for you. You would have gone to 22, so you gained 10k. Alright, so we are now down to 32,500 for everyone. And this time I'm going to go top to bottom. This is to buy any wondrous items that you may or may not want. Meaning I will start off with Catan. Do you want to sell your spider silk bodysuit in order to buy bracers of armor?
I'm trying to figure out if that would be worth it for me.
Well, right now your armor gives you a +4.
Uh-huh.
If you want bracers of armor that give the exact same AC, that's 25,000. Though you would obviously have to sell your armor first. So let me go to your armor. Let's see, spider silk bodysuit. Divide by 2.
High missile.
So you would have a net loss of 24,700. That's 24,075. 24075. And then that would give you a bracers of armor +4. It would give you the same armor value that you currently have with your spider silk bodysuit. It would also only weigh 1 pound rather than 4, though I don't think you care about that. And allows you to actually actively increase your AC when you rage.
Okay. Alright, then yeah, probably selling off my spider silk bodysuit for the braces of armor would probably be a little bit more worth it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a spider silk bodysuit +1.
Yeah, no, I already calculated that.
Okay, cool. So how much do I lose again?
24075.
2075. Okay.
Alright, so now, since this is not a proper armor or a shield, it does take up one of your 4 slots. So you'll have to put your bracers of armor in one of your 4 slots.
Okay.
But it's a bracers of armor +4.
Okay. Braces, armor +4. I gotta delete that.
And then you delete the spider silk bodysuit section off of your thing. And then up in section 1, instead of it saying +4 armor, put in +4 bracers of armor.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
There you go. And I don't think Catan was looking for anything else, right? Like, sure, there's the headband, but it's not, like, important to your class.
Yeah, it's not important. It's not important right now, so I think I'll just sit on it for Catan. I really don't think there's anything else, though.
Okay. And then we'll go back to Leiku. I know the first thing that you wanted to get was the circlet, so let me find circlet. It's called the Circlet of Speaking, to which animals only ever have 2 slots, so this would be one of Hissy's 2 slots.
Okay.
And this is actually pretty cost efficient, 4,800.
4,800 to have my animal speak.
Mm-hmm. Now, what you should do is on Hissy's sheet, you want it to have slot 1, slot 2. You know, written the same way that it does on Leiku's sheet, but instead of 1 through 4, it's just 1 and 2. And then in slot 1, put the Circlet of Speaking.
Okay.
So what is Hissy's first word upon being able to speak? You were about to demonetize me, weren't you?
Yeah.
You were about to demonetize me, weren't you?
Nuh-uh, maybe.
Hungry.
So what's the
Meow.
first slur?
The first slur
Baby's first slur. Take a picture.
And then, Leiku doesn't have a headband yet, does she?
No, she does not.
Oh, you don't even have slots on Leiku's sheet written in.
I don't. I'm putting that in right now because I'm just copying it from Katan's.
Yeah. Keep in mind that the braces of armor and the ring of protection do take up slot 1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah. I presume you want the headband of mental superiority.
Yes.
All right. Or rather, if we look, I guess, higher int for more skill points, higher whiz for that will save, higher cha for the spells.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It would make my compulsion spells even more broken and harder to get over, so...
All right, well, the +2 is 16, the +4 is 64, so it's probably just going to have to be the +2.
Okay, I'll settle for +2 right now.
Yeah, so that's 16,000 that you'll subtract. And then you increase your int, whiz, and cha by 2 each, and then you get your skill points retroactively, so however you want to place them. Yeah, so go ahead and have fun with all of the math.
The exact name is Headband of Mental Superiority, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
All
Guess
right.
I will get to work on that.
Then we get to Didas, to which, Didas, you also don't have the slots written out on your sheet.
Yeah, I have no items like that yet.
Well, you were supposed to write it out when I showed everyone so that you at least knew where to put them and how to organize them.
When did you do that?
Maybe I don't have it on my sheet.
I did it literally just with Group B, but no, I did it with Group A when they
that'd
went
be-
shopping, and then Group B when they went shopping as well.
Oh,
If
well,
none of you...
I fucked up. I don't have it on my
Yeah,
sheet.
apparently I also fucked up.
If-
Me neither.
if-
The way it sounded, we all fucked up.
So here, I'm just gonna
No, I have it on.
copy...
Okay.
Damn it, Nick.
Listen
The
here.
Here,
one thing I did right.
Here, I'll give you an example of what it looks like. Try and
Thank
make it
you.
look like that.
Yep,
My
will do,
Cinder's in the
thank you.
front of the room giving the teacher an apple.
Oh, hey, I have that on my sheet too.
Okay.
Yeah, Group A is the one that should have
Nerds.
done it.
I didn't. My bad.
Well, I have it
Alright.
because Shame did it for me.
So, Didas, your class is interesting because it actually benefits very heavily from both the Belt of Physical Perfection and the Headband of Mental Superiority. Do you want both,
Yeah.
or were there other wondrous items that you looked into that you thought were good?
Not really. I definitely want the belt of physical perfection, because then I can finally get many shadows of feet.
Fair. But yeah.
Yeah, I think
The
other than
other
that,
the other one would give
headband
you
is-
more skill points and make your spells harder to deal with.
Yeah, that seems really good.
Would you like both?
Yeah, what does the other one cost, the nut belt?
They're the same price. It's 16,000 for each.
Sure, yeah. Let's
Yeah,
just
it'd
throw
be
all the
literally
money out.
32,000, leaving you with 500 left.
That's fine.
All right. So you're gonna go to your slots that were written out, obviously, and Belt of Physical Perfection +2, Headband of Mental Superiority +2. Tell me when you're done with that. And they're both
Sure.
1 pound, by the way. I forgot to tell
okay.
everyone that.
Mental, what was it? Superiority?
Mental Superiority. Headband of Mental Superiority.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not written correctly. God damn, your language is dumb.
Sorry for having a better language that's derived from Germanic. I don't know why you're complaining.
Yeah, I don't know why you made it worse. Hard to fuck up, to be honest.
Just
God
because we use
damn.
C's instead of K's doesn't mean that it's worse.
You were just talking about how much better your language is. Just sit the fuck down.
It is. It is infinitely better.
Well,
There you go. Now you can copy paste.
Okay, I forgive
Yeah, I
you.
did
Talk.
it. I'm not that stupid. Thank you. I figured it out. Took me a minute. Sorry, I know multiple languages. God damn it.
Just took him
Being
putting up
roasted
on
out
the
here.
headband, obviously.
Yeah, you put on the headband and immediately figured out how to write it.
Plus to it.
Exactly. Alright, so what they do is they do increase the stats scores directly. So you don't need to make a note of it, you don't need to do any of that. You literally just increase your strength from 18 to 20, dex from 15 to 17, con to 22, int to 15, wisdom to 24, and charisma to 18. Alright?
Okay.
Like,
Yeah,
you
sounds good.
just add it, and then you increase all the modifiers by 1. However, it is very important to know the con stat and the int stat are very interesting because they are considered retroactive. Because your con modifier has now increased by 1, you have automatically gained 13 HP. This is because you gained 1 HP for every character level you are. So since you are currently character level 13, you just gained 13 HP. Okay?
Yeah, makes sense.
And then your skill points function the same way. So you just gained 13 more skill points to spend.
Yay.
Alright?
Yep.
Alright. Oh, I'm surprised you got self-sufficient.
For
You probably couldn't find it. There is a feat called Improved Toughness. It does the exact same thing as Toughness, it just stacks.
Oh, then I couldn't find it. Yeah, I'm still getting a couple of feats. I think it's fine.
I know, I was just trying to help out with that, because I don't know if there's any
Yeah,
other
no,
feats
thank
that
you.
you want. But alright, so that would be that. You can't afford anything else. Luck.
We can skip straight to Lysandra, because I'm doing the same as Duras and getting the Belt of Physical Perfection and the Headband of Mental Superiority.
Alright, so just to re-explain it, it does directly boost the stat.
Yeah.
So you don't have to, like, put a note or write down anything along those lines. You literally just increase the stat. And then just to make sure that you know, you do gain extra
Everything's
HP
retroactive.
and extra skill points, because it is retroactive.
Yep.
Alright, perfect.
me.
Yes, now we move on to Lysandra. Was there
Okay.
anything that you want, or are you doing the same thing?
No, I am not. I have a question. Because I feel like I read this right, but I feel like I may have not read this right. I put a link in the chat.
Which apparently doesn't work properly, but okay.
Well, blame Discord for being a pissy little bit. Are you fucking with the card again? Get out of here!
It sounded like your cat was flossing his teeth with it.
Get out of here! Go on.
Is that
No,
Regulus?
don't bite my foot. Get out of here.
It's gotta be
Yeah.
Regulus.
Does this? No, that's Kalis. Ow! You're biting my foot. Stop! You're a bad cat. You're a bad baby. Does that affect the healing done to other people?
You mean the sentence that says, this also increases the amount of damage healed by living creatures?
Yes, that's exactly what I was wondering.
You mean the
So it
sentence that
does.
says, yes?
Okay, cool. Love that. I want to buy that.
Okay.
And then there was one more that I just want your opinion on.
Okay.
Oh, and now this time it works. Wow, what a fucking surprise. Is the +5 from this really worth a slot, or do you think it's not?
Honestly, probably not.
Okay.
Like,
I'm not gonna buy
early, like really early game, that +5 helps a lot. Like when you're rolling just 1d8s for your heals, or
Yeah, but we're like
maybe
really
at the-
past that now.
yeah, maybe at like the 2d8 range. But your heal modifier right now
Is
is, I'm
huge.
going to assume, is capped, which means it's a 23 right now, right?
Oh, it can cap? I didn't even know that. No, it's actually...
It's capped because you're level 13 and therefore have 13
Oh!
skill points in
It
it,
is.
therefore
It
23.
is a 23. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're so smart. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
You're so smart. Thank you.
Meaning, sure, that 23 does become a 28, but...
Yeah, but overall it's not as impactful.
Yeah, it's not as impactful because basically everyone here is running around with roughly 100 HP, so...
Yeah. Okay,
Except
I'm
for
just
you,
going
apparently.
to... I'm close. I'm going to just get the phylactery of positive channeling then.
Alright, so the phylactery of positive channeling, that's 11,000, so go ahead and subtract 11,000. And then what you need to do is you need to make a note in your channel energy somewhere that you deal an extra 2, that this is increased by 2d6 due to your held item.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll put it under the thing. 2d6 you said, right?
As long as you make a note that it increases by 2d6 from your item, meaning the amount that it does and from where, it is very important to organize your notes so that you do not get lost and wonder why the fuck it's just sitting there.
Yeah, so, like this, it looks good. That's fine, right?
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Yippee! I got a new useful item. I'm so happy. I can heal more. Haha, suckers.
Does also I would say 2d6 really isn't a lot because that's just 6 more, like on the average. But hey,
Yeah.
it allows you to go above.
Though, too.
Yeah, no, it also allows you to go above the usual 10d6, so that's actually not too bad. Is there anything else that you were trying
It'll
to...
add up eventually. No, I'm good. Everything else is going straight into pocket.
Alrighty, and then we go over to Reich.
Yeah, I'm thinking Belt of Physical Perfection +2. Not really anything else to go with here.
Okay. There are other belts that you can potentially get. There is something called the Belt of Physical Might, to which you get to pick 2 stats, Strength, Dex, or Con, and then those get increased. This is cheaper. The +2 variant's only 10,000. The +4 variant, however, is 40,000 if someone is kind enough to gift you a little bit of money.
I actually think I'm gonna need the carry weight for the future guns, so I'm fine with Physical Perfection here.
With the Belt of Physical Perfection? Alright.
Yeah.
In which case, again, slot 1, Belt of Physical Perfection, to which your Strength, Dex, and Con all increase by 2, so 16, 22, 16. And then you gain HP retroactively, meaning you gain 13 HP.
Could you tell me what my carrying capacity changes to? I'm a 16 strength now.
Here you go. You can go check yourself.
Thanks.
Is that all you're getting?
Yeah, that's everything from me.
Alrighty. Then we go to Rosin.
Can I have a headband item and a head item?
Yeah, it's just 4 slots.
Okay. Then I am getting the +2 headband of mental superiority.
Alright.
And then the Dervish Sikka.
Dervish Sikka. Never heard of this. Let's see. So you get a +2 bonus on 1 knowledge or perform skill.
Perform violin if that's fine.
Yeah. I know it says knowledge, religion, and dance checks. If the wearer is a bard, you are considered 5 levels higher for the purposes of determining your bardic effect class feature. In addition, the bonuses granted by Inspire Courage and Incompetence are increased by 1. Oh, and it just allows you to take a 10 on any perform check, period. Okay.
He who.
He who. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So that's 26,000 in total.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't have to go over the spiel with you on how skill points work. Since you're probably already comfortable with it. And then finally we get to Sammy.
I have a very important question.
Oh, you already have the belt and the headband of superiority. Okay. What is it?
Under the animal companions list, spiders, giant spiders, are classified as an animal companion while being vermin. So would that technically make Gosa an animal?
You need the feats for it to have them be an animal companion. So it wouldn't matter.
I'm mainly asking because I found something that requires Gosa to be labeled as a creature of the animal type.
It's not. It's the vermin type.
Fuck.
We'll figure out a way to get Ghost to talk eventually. We'll get there.
I wasn't worried about him talking. I was thinking about getting him a collar of the true companion. If he wears it for at least a week, he becomes sentient. And he can understand common tongue. He wouldn't be able to speak it, but she'd be able to talk to her baby. He'd gain some relevant level of sentience. That would be important because he's getting big.
How big is he?
Given
He was puppy size last time, but I think it's been a few weeks, right?
Yeah, given the time frame between the last time that Shameless gave me a size estimate, he's about the size of Sammy.
That's not saying much, though.
You bitch.
I thought you wanted to be small. Why is that? Whatever.
Don't insult my baby.
I didn't insult anyone.
Ah. You actually found the item.
The item.
Yeah, baby. It wasn't the circlet.
Okay.
It was the collar of the true companion.
Yeah.
Because what it does is that after a week, it afflicts them with the awakened spell.
Which gives them a human level of sentience.
I see. So
What it does is that it gives them 3d6 intelligence, or rather how I roll. It gives them an extra 3d6 intelligence, an extra 1d3 charisma, and 2 extra hit dice, and then turns them into a magical beast.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to him. Okay. So what's the price difference?
Well, if you were to increase your price by 4,800, increase your gold by 4,800, do you have enough for 10,000?
Let me take a look. Yes, I do. Actually, I already do on my own, so.
Well, increase it by 4,800 because you don't need the circlet. And then subtract 10,000. Put a note at the top of Hissy's sheet for, collar of the true companion.
Okay.
Just so that we can do it. And
Okay.
then
We'll just deal with it later. I'll just put a note of it. Collar of the true companion. Got it.
yeah. And then
Oh, the music ended. I wondered why it suddenly got really quiet.
yep, the music literally just ended. I mean, hey, I almost timed it quite well. We're literally at Sammy for buying and stuff, so we're actually almost on time.
I love how autoplay just randomly decided to play Armageddon Steel Legion now. Okay, thanks YouTube.
Maybe you should just turn off autoplay, like a functioning adult.
I didn't even have it on. I don't know what happened.
Why would you turn it off? That's if you turn on to listen to music, you want to hear it keep going.
Because I have my own playlists. I just run the playlist and put it on shuffle.
So, no collar of the true companion for Gosa?
No, unfortunately.
Oh.
Do you have 14,000 gold left over, dear? For the greater
much?
dire color.
How much?
14,000. 1430s.
14,000. I mean, if I just take Katan's money and put it into Leiku's pocket, then I would.
How much gold do you got?
Sammy will donate.
I have 6,500. Katan has 8,425.
Sammy will donate the gold.
Why do you keep giving away your money?
Why?
Because that was the only thing I want, and I'd rather give Catan and Leiku. I'd rather give Leiku the extra help with the dire color, because fucking Hissy's cute.
Or Sammy and Ghost. Just sadly looking at her spider. Why can't you talk?
So put in.
Oh no.
Put in
It's not even
slot.
about.
Put in slot 1 greater dire color for Hissy, and then I'll go through that. Sammy subtracts 7,000 to 500, and then Leiku, your gold goes to 0.
Yeah.
You don't have to touch Katan's gold at all.
Awesome.
So Sammy loses 7,500, Leiku's gold goes to 0.
Yeah, I'm not even trying to get Gosa to speak. I'm just trying to get Gosa to be able to understand her.
Oh.
She wants to connect with her baby.
Well, you'll just have to play the fetch ball game.
I mean,
Is there any items that can let you do that?
Melinda
I'm
did
sure there's
mention
spells to do it.
Melinda did. Vermin are unique because they are considered mindless. They're just unaffected by that shit.
I see.
Oh.
Even though they're on the animal companions list.
I know. Well, they're not actually on the animal companions list. You need a specific thing for it. It's not like you just get to choose it. You have to pick up the specific feat to go along with it for vermin.
That's true.
I just realized we're level 13.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
It's such an
What do you
important
mean by
level
this?
for a lot of classes too. I'm sure yours as well. You didn't level up last time?
I didn't realize. No, I did.
Okay.
I can make Poppet sentient.
Yay.
Say so
Which
quietly,
goes
you don't want
against-
Sammy to hear.
Which goes against a good portion of your motto, by the way.
Does it?
Creating life like that, yeah, because it's in essence doing so without the cough cough proper channels cough cough is akin to revival, yeah.
So why are you so mean to me and Oni? I'm kidding, I swear, please don't take Poppet away.
All right, I guess I'm just gonna have Kane break it now.
No!
Look what you've done.
No!
He just doesn't want to be bored now.
I love him.
It's like a little stress ball for him.
I just wanted to make him sentient.
I guess after the festival and after her drug trip, Sammy goes and spends the evening with her baby.
All right, but there's
No,
no other
is that-
items
is that-
because you already
Is that the
have.
spider or the bird?
Gosa. She spends the night with Gosa.
Anyway, so you already have the belt of physical perfection and the headband of mental superiority, so you don't really need anything. Your armor's already at a +3. Your weapon is technically at a +2. Do you want to bring it up to a +3 so that you're on par with everyone else?
I may as well, because I was looking for items that might improve her ability to throw shit, but I can't find one.
There's no items that really help boost your ability to throw. There are feats that increase the distance, but you probably don't want to pick that up until after you're done with the Shikigami style.
Yeah, so I'll upgrade the pylum.
All right, so let's see. Pylum is 5 gold plus 1,000. times 2 plus 2,000 times 2 plus 3,000 divided by 2. So you're going to subtract 5,510.
Okay.
And then you're going to go back up to section 1. And instead of it saying returning pylum plus 2, it now says returning pylum plus 3. But your
With a +2 enhancement.
With a +2 enhancement, yeah. Because your E and H's are going to be +2s instead. Because returning is a +1 enchantment.
Fair enough.
Alrighty. The only other thing that I can say is, since I know that you like poisons a lot,
poison.
Here you go. Here's a link to all the poisons. Go ahead and read. Keep in mind that the only thing that you particularly care about is the onset. Because you have, thanks to your background, you have the ability to turn any form of poison into a different type of poison. So you can turn arsenic, which is ingested, into inhalation or contact or anything along those lines. However, that's all it does. It just changes the type. It doesn't change the cure, it doesn't change the effect, it doesn't change the frequency, and it doesn't change the onset. Okay.
Okie dokie.
So the onset is the only thing that you need to worry about, because of some things like, oh yeah, wow, it does 1 whiz drain and there's no save. I can just attach this to someone and just stand by and wait for them to die. But it takes 24 hours to take effect, so you get the idea.
Mm-hmm.
All right, but that'll be it for shopping, which means that'll be it for today's session. The very last thing that'll happen that I'll mention is that Kane does approach Catan and Reich, as I guess we'll say both of them are training and doing some sparring against each other. And he hands the both of them a singular key. And it's an old key. It's about 10 inches long, and it's only got 2 teeth, one at the very far end and then one about halfway down the shaft. And then the handle part of it is shaped like a dragon's wing. Which means next session is the Dragon Shrine session.
Yo!
Alrighty.
Ooh.
So I would like to thank you all for being here. I'd like to thank you all for coming out. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your afternoon, evening, and good night.
Night night.
Goodbye!
Bye.